Alrighty, let's see. We're still setting up, it seems.
And mine says it's live on Facebook now.
Okay, good. Wow, I'll make it big. Hello. So we're also going to record this for later, but it says that we are live on Facebook. So I'm going to believe the technology and would love to welcome you, Karina. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me and organizing all of this.
It's going to be quite the day. So I want to start out with a little introduction as far as what we're doing and, why we're here. I think that, Kentucky Center for Economic Policy has gone live on Facebook before, but it has not been a very consistent thing. So I just want to thank anybody that is watching and say welcome. My name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director here at the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. And we will be broadcasting throughout the day today. We will be talking about how Senate inaction has personally affected each and every Kentuckian, and how the lack of robust federal relief will leave Kentucky families to fend for themselves in this unprecedented crisis. Congress should have helped Kentuckians and all Americans months ago with more relief. The longer they take, the hungrier and more scared my neighbors and I are getting. How will we be able to make ends meet without jobs or housing, food, and unemployment assistance? And how can our neighbors pay their rent or their mortgages without income? This is real life, and our elected officials are playing political games. Last week, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell proposed what he called a skinny package that we all know and have been calling it emanciated, because it does nothing to actually meet the needs of Kentuckians. Leaders like McConnell should stop offering crumbs and proposals that would only help a few while leaving the rest of us and our economy out in the cold. What we need is more help buying groceries, paying rent, keeping the utilities and the internet paid. What we need in Congress is we need Congress to make our state a priority and to offer robust federal aid right now. So we will be talking about this throughout the entire day. I'm going to have that spill over and over again so that hopefully everyone will understand what we're doing here and why. And at this very moment, we have Karina Cash with us. Karina serves as the advocacy coordinator for Feeding Kentucky. And so Karina, thank you so much for being with us. How are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And what part of Kentucky are you speaking with us from?
Yeah, so I live in Louisville.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
How have you and your family just kind of gotten along in this craziness in this time?
Yeah, so this time I was reflecting on this back. I just graduated from college in August, and so whenever this whole pandemic hit, I was a college student. I was working like 40 hours a week, and my hours got cut by like a fourth. So I remember in the early days of the crisis, like I was one of those people who I went to a food bank for the first time in my life to try to like make ends meet while I figured out where things were going. I got an eviction notice on my apartment in Cincinnati because my roommate couldn't pay the money because she also didn't have a job. So it's been crazy. I'm finally at a point where it's a lot more stable. I've been able to find a job post-graduation, but definitely the first like 2 or 3 months, I was constantly stressed about money. My mental health went down the drain, worried about eating. I almost got evicted. So it's been a crazy couple of months, but thankfully starting to find some stability.
Well, I'm so thankful for that for you. And also your experience, thousands of other Kentuckians are dealing with hundreds of thousands of Kentuckians are dealing with the exact same experience right now.
Especially, I've been thinking about how college students have largely been left out of this conversation, because you think the first stimulus package, most college students were on their parents' insurance. So they had to file a joint, they didn't file independently on taxes, so they didn't qualify for a stimulus payment. Colleges have gotten limited aid from federal government. And so a lot of college students have been left out of this conversation. And that's a population already struggles massively with food insecurity.
Right. Could you tell me a little bit more about that as far as how college students, face that on a daily basis? Or it's something that I know I don't think about.
Yeah, so I mean, college students are one of the most vulnerable populations. These are people, a lot of them don't have family support or they have limited family support. They're expected to go to school. They don't have as many hours to work. They're working low wage, like retail, fast food jobs, which are great, but they don't cover all the bills. If they have to pay rent, they don't have the money to do that. A lot of them don't have food. Food insecurity among college students is massive, and it's something I think we're only just now coming to attention to.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing. I want to go ahead and plug our partners that have joined us for this. We are so thankful that Feeding Kentucky is part of both the Thrive Kentucky and the Kentucky Together Coalition. Those two coalitions work to provide, to advocate for policies that help Kentuckians thrive and prosper. So we are really thankful for Feeding Kentucky for just joining us in those things and being a part of those, because you bring such a wealth of knowledge around hunger in Kentucky to those coalitions, and always bring up stuff like college hunger that I am not always thinking about, and a lot of us aren't. It's not always top of mind. So we really appreciate that. So thank you so much, Karina, for being a part of that.
Happy to be
Could you tell me a little bit? Oh, I'm so sorry. What were you going to say?
Obviously, we're just happy to be a part of it.
Could you tell me a little bit more about Feeding Kentucky itself? I know it as a network of food banks, but I don't really know a whole lot more. So could you just tell us about the organization?
Yeah, so Feeding Kentucky, we represent the 7 food banks that serve the people of Kentucky. And last year, our member in our network served 79 million years.
Can you say that again?
Last year, our network served 79 million meals to Kentuckians in need. Massive.
Wow. Do you know how many people that represents? Those 79 million meals represent?
We're not entirely sure, but we do serve in every single county. But we're not entirely sure the exact number of people.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about what hunger looked like in Kentucky before all of this started?
Yeah, so hunger in Kentucky before this, 1 in 7 Kentuckians were food insecure before this, and that includes 1 in 5 kids. And this number varied widely from like 6.9% of Oldham County's population was food insecure, whereas 24.8% of Harlan County's population was food insecure before the pandemic. Also, before the pandemic, we had the highest rate of seniors aged 50 to 59 who were food insecure, with 17.3% of that population being considered food insecure.
Wow.
So we're already above the national average pre-COVID.
Mm-hmm. And the term food insecure, could you just explain that for anybody who's watching who may not have heard that before? I think we're used to terms like hunger. So could you explain what food insecure means?
Yeah, so food insecure essentially means that someone does not have enough food to live a healthy, active lifestyle. That includes to go about their daily life, to perform exercise, to do the things that you do in your daily life.
Okay. And so that was before the pandemic. You're looking at, could you say that Harlan number again, as far as like some of the counties that are struggling the most, are looking at what percentage?
4.8%. So almost 1 in 4 people in Harlan County were food insecure before the pandemic.
Wow.
Yeah.
So tell me now, what are we looking at now? If we're looking before this at, would you say 1 in 5 kids across the state, and then in some counties as high as 1 in 4 people, including adults, were food insecure. What does that look like now that we're in this incredible time?
Yeah, so before the pandemic, across the United States as a whole, there were 37 million people who were considered food insecure. That number has swelled to 54 million across the United States. That's 2008 recession number. Pretty much all the progress we've made since 2008 recession was wiped out. In Kentucky, we are seeing about a 40% increase in the number of food insecure Kentuckians.
Hold on, you can say that again?
about a 40% increase is what Feeding America estimates as the increase from when this started to the next 12 months.
Okay.
And in terms of kids, that's an extra 92 million kids who are now considered food insecure. So we went from about 19% to 28% of Kentucky kids being considered food insecure, which is massive.
Yeah.
Especially once you consider how food insecurity affects kids long term. I mean, kids long term, they have worse health outcomes, worse personal outcomes. They're more likely to do worse in adulthood significantly. So we're really concerned about that number.
Yeah, of course. So, you said that, Feeding Kentucky has, you said 7, how many centers do you all have in your network across the state?
We represent 7 food banks, which are Dare to Care, God's Pantry, Tri-State Food Bank, Feeding America, Kentucky's Heartland, Facing Hunger Food Bank, the Paducah Area Development District, and then the Free Store Food Bank.
And so of those food banks, you said they serve every county in Kentucky.
Yes, all 120.
Wow. So they are obviously in a crisis. Do you know, or have you heard from these food banks in particular as to, what it looks like on the ground, what they're facing with this great increase in food insecurity across the state?
Yeah, so what we saw is first, whenever the food bank happened, people were in panic mode. The numbers went up exponentially. Food banks were flooded. We served 9 million more meals this fiscal year than we did last fiscal year. And we expect that's because of the initial response.
Wow.
COVID first hit. However, once the stimulus checks and the unemployment went through in the first round of coronavirus relief, a lot of those leveled out. The numbers are still higher. I know I was talking to Feeding America, Kentucky's Heartland a couple of days ago, which said it's about a 20% increase in demand. And that number's, like I said, leveled out thanks to the stimulus check and the unemployment.
So now that, those programs have expired, I can't imagine what these food banks are going to have to be dealing with, without that additional income and revenue for people across the state.
Yeah, that's something we're definitely concerned about, especially if you think about it. What are people going to pay for first? If you have money, you're going to pay to keep a roof over your head. You're going to pay to keep your car. You're going to pay to make sure you have the lights on. Food's going to be your last concern. It's your last priority. So when you turn to food banks, and food banks weren't designed to hold this demand. They're happy to do it. They've stepped up in truly incredible ways. However, we can't food bank our way out of the issue. We can't food bank our way out of the crisis. We need state and federal governments to step up. I mean, one of our favorite statistics is looking at SNAP. For every 1 meal that a food bank provides to someone, SNAP provides 9. Like, you absolutely can't rely on. Food banks can't solve the problem. They can't be the end all be all.
So can we go back really quick to you said how many meals your food banks have provided for Kentuckians in the last year?
So in the last year, 79 million, which is a 9 million increase.
So 79 million that you all have provided, but you're saying benefits like SNAP provide 9 times more? Is that right? Does that translate?
Every 1 meal from a food bank is 9 meals from SNAP.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that SNAP increase, that we've heard of in other possible aid packages that have been destroyed over and over again, installed over and over again, could keep Kentucky fed.
Yeah, I mean, SNAP is something we've wanted to increase for a long time. So like I said, it provides so many more meals. And even before the pandemic, it didn't nearly cover the need. I know before the pandemic, 1 in 4 Kentucky children who are food insecure didn't qualify for SNAP in the first place. So it already did reach the need, and the need's only grown.
So why is that? Why is it that, only 1 in 4 food insecure children are actually able to get SNAP benefits?
So it's 1 in 4 don't qualify.
Qualify.
But it's because of income requirements and stuff like that. People will be like $20 over or something like that.
Right. So one thing that we're hearing on the national level is that the Pandemic Ebt Program could be swashed into the continuing resolution that has to pass by September 30th. Could you tell us, or have you all heard a lot about how this Pandemic EBT program has assisted families and kids throughout the pandemic, and what that could look like? And it sounds like our food banks are really struggling to meet the need right now that the federal government could be meeting if they chose to pass, robust federal relief that they need to. So can you tell me a little bit about the Pandemic EBT program, how it's helped Kentuckians across the state, or how your food banks have seen that be an assistance for children and families?
Yeah, so Pandemic EBT is, for the first round, it was $313, $50 for children who would have received free and reduced lunch in school, but they didn't because of the pandemic. Free and reduced lunch, we already know, is vital to ensuring that kids get fed, and so Pandemic EBT filled that void. I can say no, the only county that I know for sure how many kids received it was Jefferson County. In Jefferson County, 80,224 students took advantage of the Pandemic EBT program, which was roughly 25 million in economic stimulus to Jefferson County. I know, speaking to families call me all the time, and it's been absolutely vital. That's been how they've relied on feeding their kids. A lot of families didn't know what to do whenever schools went out. They didn't know how they were going to feed their children, and having the Pandemic EBT program really provided them a comfort, provided them some support in times that they desperately needed it. And a lot of families don't know what they're going to do right now, that kids still aren't in school in August and September, and they don't have additional Pandemic EBT, and a lot of them are struggling. And Pandemic EBT, we think, is a great win because it helps feed kids, which is, we think, essential. Kids deserve to be fed. And these are meals that they would have gotten if they were in school. It's not their fault that they're not in school. It also provides significant economic stimulus. Like I said, in Jefferson County, that was $25 million that grocery stores and retail businesses got to keep themselves afloat, to pay their employees, to put back into the community. So the Pandemic EBT program, we think, is essential. It's a really awesome program, and it's really helped a lot of families. And it's helped a lot of our Kentucky communities and businesses.
I think that is such an important point that most people might miss out on. The fact that, these programs are not only are they keeping food on the table for individuals and keeping kids fed and families, they're also pushing money back into our economy when we need it the most. So these programs are doing so much more. It really just reminds you that we're all in this together. That's what our governor has said over and over again, that we're in this together, that we have to get along together in this. And that is such a major point, that programs like that are not only feeding people, but putting money back in the pockets of our frontline workers, our grocery stores, and keeping our economy afloat at this time. So thank you so much for bringing that up. It's just incredibly important.
Yeah, the more we can do to support our Kentucky kids and families, the more we do to build strong communities and build communities that can build themselves back up once this pandemic's over.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Karina. I just am so thankful for what you all do, for what Feeding Kentucky does to keep us all together. And I'm so thankful that you all have brought up such clear points about college hunger, about families, children and families. Is there anything else you would like to add or that I've forgotten to ask you about? And again, if you have any stories from the ground as far as how our food banks are working through this, we'd love to talk about those.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're really pushing is also extending those USDA waivers to ensure that kids aren't just fed through the end of the year, but also fed through the duration of those crisis. Things like the summer feeding service program and the seamless summer option are so vital to families to ensure that families have one central place that they can pick up food for their kids, pick up meals.
Could you go back and tell me what those are? From my perspective, I'm still learning all of these things. So you're saying, so go back to the USDA.
Yeah, so the USDA operates summer feeding programs, and they have waivers to feed kids in these times. There's a couple of waivers that they've extended to states to use that help feed kids. So one of them is the summer feeding service program, which is basically where nonprofits and schools can elect to set up summer feeding sites. So it could be at a park. I know whenever I was a child, I would go to the park in Bullitt County, and that's where it'd be like the local school would cook meals and you could go get a free meal every day of the week. So they've allowed those to continue through the end of December, but we want them extended longer. I realized I only explained the summer feeding service option, so I'm going to also explain the seamless summer option is basically said that you can pick up all of your meals at one school. So if the seamless summer option expires, kids who like a kid who goes to an elementary school and a kid who goes to a high school would have to pick up meals at separate schools, where the seamless summer option allows them just to go to one school, which is less work on parents, doesn't require as much time out of them, it doesn't require as much transportation on their part. Another big one is the Congregate meal waiver. So for a lot of USDA nutrition programs, all meals have to be eaten on site and there has to be some type of enrichment program. The USDA has waived that. So now we can do things like mobile meal services, or parents can just come and pick their meals up versus having to sit and eat the meal on site.
And those programs, are they available now, or is that something that also needs to be part of a relief package that the federal government needs to pass?
So right now they're available and the USDA has waived them through December 31st. However, we would like to see them waived through the duration of the pandemic, and we would like to see it included in any relief package. That way, whenever December 31st happens, kids aren't out of luck.
Right. And I think that's such an important thing to bring up right now, is that this pandemic does not have a stamped end date, right?
Yeah.
there is not going to, we don't have a switch to pull to say it's over. So putting arbitrary dates, ending dates on programs like this is not going to help. It's just kicking the can down the road, like so many of our other, some of the other solutions that our government has put out there, versus being able to tie programs like that directly to this pandemic and this crisis, and just how long it lasts is how long we need these programs to last.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Well, thank you for that.
We're sorry it was a little wonky in the beginning.
No, we understand. I mean, it feels like you are incredibly knowledgeable of all of these programs and how they affect individuals. And I think that it's just so important to talk about how these are people and how these programs are keeping them fed, keeping money running through our systems and into our economy locally. And, keeping children fed is so much, you brought that up too, how it's so much more than just hunger, that food insecurity really has these lasting effects on people. And our federal government could make a difference in the lives of Kentuckians in this area if they chose to. So thank you so much for that. Is there anything else that you would like to add before we log off for this portion of our Facebook Live time?
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I have to add is that hunger is a problem we can solve. There are known solutions on how to solve hunger, but we need our leaders in Washington and Kentucky on the local level to do their part and support Pandemic Ebt, support SNAP, and continue USDA waivers that are so essential for feeding kids, provide rent relief, provide Medicare. I think we forget how interconnected hunger is with other issues. Like I said earlier, people are going to keep a roof over their head. They're going to pay their light bills. They're going to ensure their kids have shoes to wear before they feed themselves. So it's essential that we recognize that hunger is a problem and that it's related to so many other problems, and also that we do need relief. And yeah, we need our leaders in Washington to do their part by supporting a robust coronavirus relief package, because hunger is a problem we can solve.
Thank you for that. Thank you for being positive. I want to thank you for saying that it is a problem that we can solve, that it's something that we can do. We can do something, and that our Senate's inaction is leaving people hungry, and it's leaving children hungry, and that they could be doing something right now to meet the needs and meet the moment and the crisis that we're in for as long as we're in it.
Yeah. We know that we have leadership in Washington, and we know that they care about their community. We just need them to step up and do what they're supposed to do.
Wouldn't that be great? Well, thank you so much, Karina. I so appreciate your time. And I will let you go on with the important work that you have to do the rest of the day. Please, I do want to give you one more moment if you do have anything else you'd like to add to all the wonderful things you've brought to this conversation.
Nothing that I can think of. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for organizing. This is really important work.
All right. Well, thank you, Karina. We'll see you later, and I hope you have a great day.
You as well. Bye.
Bye. All right, Facebook Live audience. That was our first interview. At 12:15, we will have Jimmy Salyers with us. And so I just want to thank anyone and everyone who's here right now. And I will say this over and over and over again today, but I do want it to be very clear that federal policymakers need to put politics aside and pass a relief package that is strong enough to get us through this crisis, that doesn't end with arbitrary dates, that doesn't expire because someone thinks they should, but relief that will go along with this crisis to keep us all fed and housed during this time. So we will pause this for a moment and be right back. So thank you again for being with us, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hello again, and thank you for joining us on Facebook. My name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. So I just want to thank you again for dropping in today and joining us. We are here to talk about the need for robust federal relief, robust federal aid for Kentucky. Oh, seems like I have a little bit of extra happening right now. Having the video on behind me means that I can't hear myself. So we'll start over and just say thank you again for joining us. My name is Natalie Cunningham. I'm the Outreach Director here at the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. We will be broadcasting live throughout the day to talk about how the Senate's inaction has personally affected each and every Kentuckian, and how the lack of robust federal relief will leave Kentucky families to fend for themselves in this unprecedented crisis. Congress should have helped Kentuckians and all Americans months ago with more relief. The longer they take, the hungrier and more scared my neighbors and I are getting. How will we be able to make ends meet without jobs or housing, food, and unemployment assistance? How can our neighbors pay their rent or their mortgages without income? This is real life, and our congressional leaders are playing games. Last week, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell proposed what he called a skinny package, but we all know it was emaciated. Leaders like McConnell should stop offering crumbs and proposals that would only help a few, while leaving the rest of us and Kentucky's entire economy out in the cold. What we need is more help buying groceries, paying rent, keeping the utilities and the internet paid. What we need is for Congress to make sure our state doesn't have to cut teachers' jobs and meals for kids and health care in the middle of a pandemic and the greatest recession any of us have ever lived through. Our lawmakers don't seem to be listening to us. So I'm turning to you, my friends, my family, and all of KSEP's followers here on Facebook to talk about how the COVID-19 crisis has affected all of us. So at the moment, I am letting in our next guest. And we'll have to wait for the video to make its way.
Hello, Natalie.
Hey, Jimmy. So I just did our little spill at the beginning of this, but this is Jimmy Salyers is with us today. And could you remind me, Jimmy works with addiction recovery, but could you remind me what your actual title is and kind of what you do?
Well, I work for a company called Kentucky Addiction Centers, and I am a targeted case manager here. Basically, the goal of targeted case management is to take the client's needs and find local community resources to help them, sustain a better life.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And what part of the state are you joining us from?
Johnson County, Kentucky. It's eastern, about as eastern as you can get.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today. This is really a conversation, so I just really want to start out with asking, how has your family gotten along in all of this crazy time that we're living in?
All right. Well, like everybody else, we've had to make adjustments. My wife actually works at the same center I do. She works in the medical side of the building. And we've had to make some adjustments. The biggest thing with, finding and obtaining childcare, finding people that can actually take over care of our children when we're at work. And then too, with the whole school process starting now, it's been a struggle doing virtual learning, but we're hanging in there.
Oh my gosh. Good luck. I know it's been a struggle for everyone across the Commonwealth and that we're all dealing with this together. Can you tell me just in general a little bit more about your work with addiction recovery and kind of what that looks like before all of this started?
So pre-pandemic, we as case managers would actually go out into the community and talk to local churches. We would talk to businesses. things like the Christian Appalachian Project and different food pantries, and we would organize with them in order to provide our clients with, the resources that they need, like food, money for, housing repairs, electrical assistance, and things like that. The majority of what we did pre-pandemic was a lot of relationship building with other aspects of the community in order to show them that, individuals who have substance use disorder are not bad people. I mean, yes, they've made mistakes in their life. I mean, I've made mistakes in my life. I'm an addict in recovery as well myself. I've got 7 years clean. And that's really what drove me into this world of social work and working with the substance use population, because at the end of the day, we can recover and they deserve to have a happy, healthy life like everyone else.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your personal story within that as well. And congratulations on, a successful road to recovery for you. So it sounds like you all did a lot of working within your community to try to shift that thought process of it being a personal failing when someone's dealing with addiction and trying to work towards recovery. So how has that shifted now within the pandemic and everything else that we're having to deal with?
Right. So obviously things are a lot harder now. Because of the pandemic, a lot of the local resources that we used to utilize have shut down. In-person contact is very limited in the community where we're at. So even like our food pantries and stuff, basically they have drive-throughs now as far as for people to pick up food items. But even with that, I mean, a lot of our clients, they don't have transportation. They have no way to get back and forth to it other than showing up in person and packing it. And it's made it a lot more difficult for us to obtain the resources that they need. One of the bigger resources that we've used have actually stopped taking, requests for supplies because of the pandemic, and they don't want people to have, interaction and contact because of the whole social distancing thing and the fear of the virus.
And what kind of resource was that? Was that a food bank that you're talking about or some other kind of resource?
It was actually the Christian Appalachian Project. They do things like help people with home repairs. They help assistance with electricity and other utilities. They even have like a residential program to where if somebody is homeless and they need help finding a place to live, they can help with that as well.
So it sounds like your resources have been even more scarce now.
Right.
Can you talk to the mental burden that this has caused for people and how that's affected people in recovery?
Right. So, statistics show that, the majority of the time, if somebody has a substance use disorder, they also have a mental health issue. Of course, there's a debate going on about whether or not, if it was pre-existing conditions or if it was exacerbated by the substance use or if it was a condition caused by the substance use. But either way, I mean, the point is that they are suffering from mental health issues as well. Things like depression and anxiety, they're rampant right now, honestly. Obviously, with the pandemic and the lack of resources that we have, it's causing depression to skyrocket, really. We've seen a trend in overdose deaths, non-compliant screens within the facility, and people are relapsing because of it, because they just don't have the resources they need to sustain that healthy recovery.
Could you tell me a little bit more about that, those trends as far as kind of what that looks like for you on the ground when it comes to overdoses or just relapses, like what that looks like for you as a caseworker?
So basically, whenever it comes to statistics and the way that individuals are performing in their recovery, we've seen this trend growing in the relapse rates within our own clients, with clients within the community. I also do work with the Kentucky NASW. I'm on the board of directors there. And, one of the major things that we're really trying to focus on is how do we support our individuals in recovery during this pandemic? Because, the NA meetings have shifted to online, most recovery groups have shifted to online formats. And that can be a real burden for people because not everyone has internet access or the ability of funds to pay for it.
Mm. And so, it sounds like people are struggling with food, and even access to internet. I know many of your clients are struggling as well with that. When it comes to federal aid, that's what we're really here to talk about, right? Is how our federal government could be easing this burden on everyone throughout Kentucky. And especially when it comes to people in recovery, it feels like, as a state, we've made some steps forward, and that this pandemic has really just slingshot us right back to where we used to be when it comes to mental health services and everything else you've mentioned. But I know that when we were talking before, you were saying that, a lot of the people that you work with were getting that $600 supplemental unemployment benefit.
Right.
Could you tell me about, individually, some of your clients, like how that benefit helped them get by, and what their lives look like now without that?
Right. So we do actually have quite a few clients who were drawing unemployment benefits, and the federal aid, the $600 a month, it was really helping them out as far as being able to make their rent. I know I had one client in particular, she really struggled in order to obtain her unemployment benefits. And as soon as she got them was actually whenever they started the reduction in the benefit, and it lapsed. Basically, our representatives failed us on that part. Because of her losing that portion of it, I mean, she was having to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table for her children. It's become quite a burden with her specifically because there are no places to work here. A lot of the small businesses were shut down because of the pandemic, and people are really relying on that federal aid in order to sustain life.
Right. And so, when it feels like, how does it feel to you when we have senators who have decided to do nothing, or throw out skinny packages and relief packages that don't really actually meet the fundamental needs that Kentuckians are facing right now?
Right. I mean, obviously, we as social workers, we're ethically obligated and morally obligated to follow policy and, be active in it. And to be honest with you, the short-term piecemeal stuff that they're putting out, it's really just kicking the can down the road, basically. When it comes to it, what we need is actual robust federal relief packages that's going to allow people to sustain what they're doing beyond the virus. Even, for the first few months after, they find a vaccine, these individuals are still going to be struggling to pay rent, because eventually, with the moratorium on, the evictions and stuff like that, yeah, that's great for now. But what happens, say, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months down the road, whenever those bill collectors come knocking on the door, our clients won't be able to pay that.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a really important point to bring up with that eviction moratorium, which, yay, we're glad that people aren't getting unhoused right now in the middle of a global pandemic. But the fact is, like you just said, once it's just kicking the can down the road, eventually that money is going to have to be paid back. And even for, I think a lot of talking is focused on the most vulnerable people in the state, the people that were struggling before the pandemic. But when it comes to the eviction moratorium and looking at that, landlords are hurting too, right? I mean, these are people who depend on that income. There are plenty of landlords who depend on that income, and just putting a moratorium on kicking people out isn't going to get them paid either.
Right. Yeah, I think honestly, as far as your socioeconomic status, I think we're all suffering during this pandemic. Especially, I really like the fact that you brought up and you point out the landlord section of it, because, especially here in Eastern Kentucky, I mean, that's a major business for a lot of individuals in our community. Now, if the landlord's not being paid and the renters aren't being evicted, it's kind of like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, really, because eventually, those mortgages and rent payments and things are going to be due for the landlords just the same as it is the tenants. And we're going to end up in a whole other crisis, basically, of homelessness at the end of this if something's not done.
Right. And I'm sure that, if you have the people that you're working with are working very hard to get their lives back together. They're working very hard to stay on a recovery track. And now they're having to deal with, the ability, like housing insecurity, food insecurity, all these additional things that our federal government could be doing something about. I know that when we talked earlier, you mentioned that there are countless stories of clients who've been utilizing food pantries and local resources to obtain groceries. Or they're choosing between rent and electricity. Could you talk more about, what that looks like for your families that you serve? And you also mentioned, I think what's really important is you mentioned Appalachian culture in that, and the fact that we want to help each other.
Right. I know, honestly, had it not been for the local food pantries that are here serving, our, not just the substance use population, but anyone in the county that needs food, a lot of our families would be starving right now. I know a lot of our clients are recipients of SNAP benefits. They used to get housing assistance, through the federal aid package that was there, but a lot of that's gone now. People's SNAP benefits are being revoked, due to various reasons. But, at the bottom line, at the end of the day, we have people who are suffering, who are not able to eat, and they're not able to feed their children because the food pantries, they help, but it's just not enough.
Well, I'd love to hear more about just kind of the outlook of recovery in Kentucky. I feel like it's a big topic that a lot of people have come around on recently and really recognize that it's not a moral failing, but it is a disease that people are trying to manage. So when it comes to how federal aid has helped people, we've talked about the 600, the supplemental unemployment benefits. I think something else that you mentioned was just that what the jobs outlook looks like in your community. Because most people want to work and they don't want to take unemployment benefits, but we're in a space now that feels really difficult. Could you talk on that a little bit about what you're seeing in your part of Kentucky?
Right. So, obviously, part of a big chunk of recovery is being able to be financially secure. A lot of our clients was utilizing, the unemployment and stuff like that. Obviously, that's come to an end. They're trying their best on it. The problem is the job market here. It's pretty narrow at the moment due to the virus shutdowns. We have local businesses closing, it seems like once a week. One of our favorite restaurants across the street from our clinic actually had to shut down because she couldn't afford to pay the rent on the building anymore because they were restricted on how many people they could have in the building. So it's not an issue necessarily of our clients not wanting to work, it's just they have nowhere to work. And then you throw in the fact that a lot of companies have, HR policies to where, if you are a convicted felon, you can't work at that facility. And that's another major issue that we're running into is that stigma that goes along with substance use disorder and some of the issues that people get along the way. Honestly, I think the outlook's pretty grim right now as far as, even when the pandemic is over, where are people going to work? Mm-hmm. Us in the Appalachian culture, especially here in, Johnson County, when the coal mines went away, we had a huge recession basically. Now, we've worked hard and diligently to try to improve employments. We brought in new businesses, new trades and things like that. But with the virus, it shut everything down again.
From your perspective, what do you feel like our federal government could be doing to meet these just huge needs for people in recovery in Eastern Kentucky?
Right. So, there's actually a lot that our government could be doing, but just to throw out a few, providing additional temporary federal funding for Medicaid programs, direct grants to states and even territories, as to protect our infrastructure of education, our first responders and our aid for our local governments. Beyond that, they could increase SNAP benefits temporarily and housing assistance in order to help people stay fed and housed.
And, actually pay their rent. If they have housing assistance, they have money in their pocket, they can actually pay their rent instead of just knocking it down the road.
Right. And then two big ones is they can actually temporarily make the child tax credit available to lower income children and expand the earned income tax credit for low paid workers, not raising kids in their homes, and then obviously at the end of the day, expanding that unemployment benefit would help as well.
Right. So, we're here to really talk about federal relief, and I just want to go back to, how does it make you feel that our senator has all the power and seems to be choosing to throw out skinny packages and little things? How does that make you feel as someone who's working with people on the ground?
Right. I try to remain as bipartisan as possible.
Absolutely.
But what aggravates me is that, the majority of the Senate Republicans in the White House are throwing out little tiny packages, the kind of like putting a Band-Aid on a giant, massive wound. Honestly, it aggravates me and agitates me that they cannot agree to a bipartisan agreement to provide substantial aid to help our state and local governments.
They could. and I think that, there are examples of what that could look like. Our state itself is basing their assumptions on, or their forecasts for the next fiscal year. Kentucky's looking at our revenue for the next fiscal year, and they're basing those forecasts on the assumption that things like the $600 weekly supplemental income will continue. Right. And that the PEBT will continue, that there will be another stimulus check in September. These are things our state assumes will happen. Mm-hmm. And yet, right. Here we are with nothing, waiting.
Right. We all know what happens when we happen. Right. And that's the thing with it. I mean, yeah, we can forecast all day long and we can predict and we can fantasize about what if situations. But at the end of the day, what we need is a solution now. I mean, we need Congress to step up and pass that robust relief package that matches this pandemic, because this is not anything that any of us have seen in our lifetime. I mean, we need to protect our people that are hit hardest by the crisis, and we need more money to prevent states and cities and towns from having to make these budget cuts that's going to end up hurting tens of millions of people.
Yes, we're in it. And I think it's just so important to hear from people like you who are working directly with some of our most vulnerable citizens who are trying their hardest to make things work and are getting met with no relief and no help at all. So right. I'm just so thankful that you're here with us today. Can you tell me a little bit about, let's go back to individuals. And do you have any stories that you could tell about how someone, let's work on something happy. Can you tell any stories about how, federal aid that we have received thus far has helped individuals that you know and that you work with?
So there is one individual that comes to mind. He was laid off from his work, obviously due to the pandemic, because they had to make a reduction in how many people they served. So they ultimately reduced the amount of people that were working at the facility. He actually received that federal aid, the extra $6 a month, and because of that, he was able to set money aside because, like many other people in recovery, they always look for that impending doom. So he started saving, and because of that extra money, he's been able to sustain, himself, his wife, and his children over the last few months. And he's actually doing really well in recovery. I mean, he's being compliant with our program. I mean, he's doing great. He's reconnecting with his family, and he's just ready to get back to work and regain that sense of normalcy.
I think that we'd all love to regain a sense of normalcy at this point. Well, thank you so much for telling that story. And at least there is hope, right? There are things that can be done and that have been done, that's been successful.
Right.
And I think about the Pandemic Ebt Program and how that program has been able to serve children and keep children and families fed in this crisis.
Right.
But even a simple program like that has been proven to work and to help people stay fed and to help them at least have one thing off of their list to worry about, even that has expired at this point.
Right.
And our elected officials, again, are choosing to do nothing. And they could, right?
Right. I mean, they're letting their political ideologies stand in the way of helping the people that they were put in office to represent.
Yeah. And, you know, we've even heard that the continuing resolution, which has to be passed by the end of the month, could include extended pandemic EBT.
Right.
Like that could happen. We're hopeful that could happen right now, but we still are hearing nothing from our people.
Right.
I am trying to see if there's someone else. We had one other person who jumped on in the call, so I was trying to get back with them because we would love to talk to them as well. But so what have I not asked you? What is something that I haven't asked you that you have just been waiting to be able to talk about right now?
Well, I think honestly, you know, we have covered a lot in this interview, but I think one of the biggest things that really needs to be said is that, you know, that whole point of hope, and with our clients in recovery, you know, we need more support in recovery. You know, it was the whole reason why back in January, I went to Frankfurt and actually testified against House Bill 1. You know, it said out.
Could you tell us what that was? What was House Bill 1 back in January?
So House Bill 1 was actually set out to restrict access to public assistance. In particular, the reason what got me in such a fuss about it was that they wanted to have a lifelong ban for people who have been convicted of drug felonies. And, you know, that's me. You know, I am a convicted felon of a drug felony. And basically what that would have meant, you know, Lord forbid, had I lost my job, I would not have qualified for Medicaid or any other type of public assistance, which means that, you know, the financial burden would have been placed on my wife. And ultimately, you know, our children would have suffered from that. So I took my call to Frankfurt and, you know, I testified against it. And because of that testimony, along with other people's, that piece of the bill was dropped. Now, of course, that bill still passed. There are a lot of bad negative things in that bill. And from what I've heard, there's another House Bill 1 coming through this year. And I plan on very much so being very active with that and the stopping of it. Because again, we don't need more barriers to treatment. We don't need barriers to public assistance. We don't need barriers to funding. What we need is support. Because like you said, as long as a person is breathing, there's hope in that person that they can change. And I'm a living, breathing example of that.
Well, and we are so thankful we're just so thankful for you being here and for you giving back, you know, to people that were in similar situations that you've been able to overcome. And I'm just thankful that you're here with us today. And thank you for talking with us on this issue. I would love to give you space to tell any other stories or to just leave us with, you know, from an addiction recovery standpoint, can you tell us what you see again as the answer, as a solution that our federal government should be looking at to help Kentuckians who are in this desperate space right now?
Right. So if I was able to actually sit down our entire Congress of, you know, the United States, I would let them know that this crisis is bigger than anything in our lifetimes, that they need to step up and pass robust relief packages that match it. We need support for our people that are hit hard by this crisis, and we need more money to prevent states and cities and towns from making those deep budget cuts that's going to hurt tens of millions of people. We need to protect our education. We need to protect our first responders. And, you know, ultimately, at the end of the day, we also have to protect our most vulnerable populations.
Mm-hmm. Those people that were already hurting before and are now, you know, just facing insurmountable
Right.
issues from all sides.
Recovery's hard enough. Having more burdens and barriers thrown up in front of them is only going to hurt the situation. And it infuriates me that our Congress has the ability to prevent that and have done nothing.
Yeah, I think that is really important to say as many times as we can, that they have the ability to prevent these hardships. They have the ability to help people stay in their homes, to help people be fed at this time when there are no other options. I really appreciate you for bringing that up again. So thank you so much, Jimmy. I know that you have to work. I want to thank you for sacrificing your lunch to be with us today. I feel like for me, eating is very important.
Right.
And I also just want to thank you for the work that you do in serving our people who are most vulnerable and who are, working as hard as they can to the road of recovery to get them back to where they need to be. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for the work that you do on a daily basis.
And thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy, and you have a great day. We'll let you go. And just keep on keeping on down there.
All right. Thank you, Natalie.
All righty. Again, thank you, Facebook Live. We appreciate everyone that is here with us. That was Jimmy Sawyers, who is a social worker in Eastern Kentucky and Johnson County, working with people in recovery on a daily basis. And we just are so thankful for the time that he has spent with us and his insight into what people are really facing, what individuals are facing. As we've said before, this pandemic affects every single one of us as Kentuckians. Karina Cash was with us earlier today and was really helpful in bringing up the fact that when you have additional benefits, not only does that serve the people and individuals who are receiving those benefits, but it also serves the state as a whole, because that money is moving through our economy. It's putting money in the pockets of our first responders, our people that are frontline workers in our grocery stores. It's putting money in our grocery stores and keeping them afloat. And it's just helping the entire state in that way. So thank you again for being with us. We are going to break for another 10 minutes and we'll be right back. So thank you. Hello again, and thank you for joining Kentucky Center for Economic Policy's Facebook Live today. We'll be talking all day about the need for robust federal aid for Kentucky, for its citizens, for all of us. So I just wanted to introduce myself again. My name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director here at the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. And we will be broadcasting live, like I said, all day, hoping that we will be hearing stories from people across the state who are working with the most affected individuals, but all of us are affected. So we'll be hearing stories of personal needs as well, and how the government's inaction has really stunted what could have been a less insane time for all of us. And so thank you for being with us. And I just wanted to say that Congress should have helped Kentuckians and all Americans months ago with more relief. The longer they take, the hungrier and more scared my neighbors and I are getting. How will we be able to make ends meet without our jobs, or housing, or food, or unemployment assistance? How can our neighbors pay rent or mortgage without income? This is real life, and our congressional leaders are playing games. Last week, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell proposed what he called a skinny package, and what most of us have been calling emanciated. Our leaders should stop offering crumbs and proposals that would only help a few, while leaving the rest of us and our economy out in the cold. What we need is more help buying groceries, paying rent, and keeping the utilities and internet paid. What we need is for Congress to make sure our state doesn't have to cut teachers' jobs and meals for kids and health care in the middle of a pandemic and the greatest recession any of us have ever lived through. Our lawmakers don't seem to be listening to us, so we're turning to Facebook, to our friends, our family, our KSEP's followers here on Facebook Live for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy, to just talk about how this crisis is affecting every single one of us. So with me right now, we're going to admit a couple of individuals who work with children in Kentucky. So we'll wait as the internet is allowing them to come on board here. Hey, Lori.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us. And I think that we are just waiting for 2 shakes for the next person to come on in. And then we'll do introductions. It seems like the internet is waiting. It says joining over there. But we'll go ahead and do your introduction, Lori. Oh, here she is. Okay. We'll go to speaker view. So we have with us Lori Vogel and Ashton Bolanos. And if I've said your name incorrectly, I do apologize. But I would love for you to look at your classrooms. Yeah, it's so cute. I would love for you all to introduce yourselves and just let us know what you do.
All right.
Oh.
Okay, let me pause. I got in the hallway. Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, you've got a little bit of feedback going on.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. You might have to mute your live. I'm not sure. If you have Facebook on, it might be.
Oh, we were in the same room. That was the problem.
Oh, that would be it then.
she went to another room, so.
Okay, great.
I'm Lori Vogel, and I'm the president of the Kentucky Association for School Social Work, and my practice is here in Lexington, and I'm a social worker.
With children, what age? What age group?
Oh, middle school.
Mm-hmm. Middle school children. Yeah. Okay. And Ashton, could you introduce yourself, please, now that we have worked out our feedback issue?
Sure.
Hey, I am Ashton Bolaños, and I'm also a social worker. I work at a school in Lexington, Kentucky, and I also work with grades 6 through 8.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm so glad you guys got to actually be in the same space. I feel like that is a novelty at this point. And, so thank you for being with us. So I would love to start out with just asking you how you all are doing individually, whichever wants to start. Just let me know how your family and you are getting along in this crisis, in this crazy time.
Well, my family has been okay. My husband is working from home right now, so he's in charge of the 12-year-old. So that's a lot of fun for him. She is doing NTI online learning, and she hates it. She's, a middle school girl herself, and she goes to a performing arts school. So, it's not really, she's not the type of person that likes to sit in her room and do NTI. So that's been, kind of a struggle. And we did have a little bit of income loss in the spring. My husband's position was they reduced some of their regular pay. So, but it didn't hurt us too bad, because we did get some help from the federal government when they had the first money that they sent out. So that really did help us.
Oh, absolutely. And Ashton, how have you and yours been getting along?
Pretty similar to how Lori explained. My husband and I are both fortunate enough to still be working, but in the spring, we did have some income loss as well. We did receive stimulus money, which was very helpful for our family. But we are very lucky to have a good support system that can help us when we need. So we've been making it and making the best of what we can.
Of course, as we were all trying to deal. Well, I would love for the two of you to kind of just start this out with telling us about what your work looked like before the pandemic came on. And I know that you're both school social workers, so you're dealing with families, you're dealing with children and kids and all of that. So could you just tell us a little bit about what your work looked like last year, or at least in January, February, before all of this came on?
Sure. Lori, do you want to start?
No, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So I think the main and most obvious difference between now and before the pandemic began is we were able to connect with our kids every day in the school building. So regardless of the barriers that they were facing, we were able to check in with them daily at school. We kind of knew that this was a safe space for all of us to be. And we were able to help meet their needs much more effectively here in the building. So that for me has been the biggest change. Coming into this quiet school building is really, it's very different. It's very sad. And we miss the hustle and bustle of having everybody here with us.
Yeah, it's the big difference is it's so hard to know what our kids need now. Before they could just come to us and say, hey, our electricity has been cut off, or our water is turned off, or we don't have any food, or I need pencils, I need paper. And now, they can't do that. Or one of the things that they could do was, if they needed help with mental health issues, they could come in and say, I've been really depressed and I just, I feel like I want to harm myself. And now they can't do that. And, another issue is, we don't know how they're doing, in the sense, how is their family doing? Kids can come in and say, this happened this last weekend, and I don't know who to ask for help, which sometimes ended up being a cabinet referral for abuse or neglect. And now, we just don't have the knowledge of what's going on with them. So that's been a big thing that I really worry about.
Well, and I think you've hit on a couple of things. As far as, I would love to kind of dig in just a little bit on what those issues were that kids were facing before. You've mentioned, needing pencils and those kinds, basic needs, just so that everyone that is watching can get a broader perspective of what needs you all were meeting as school counselors before all of this happened.
Yeah, I mean, we were having groups for students who had, trauma histories.
Hmm.
We were having social skills groups for kids who needed help just knowing how to communicate with other students. We were having, we have a mental health practitioner who comes to our school who is able to meet with students who needed actual therapy, especially when parents were working and were unable to bring them to those sessions. And so all of those things were going on. And, we're trying to help with telehealth at this point in time, but that is very difficult because of internet issues. That is a huge barrier that we are having right now, is kids that just don't have internet, or if they do, it's really spotty, or there's 7 other kids, well, not 7, but several other kids in the home that are trying to connect to the same internet at the same time to do school or to get help. So that's been a really big hurdle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as Lori mentioned, we have a lot of families right now who are waiting for hotspots and things to help them with the digital learning world. But another space we have here in our building is an actual space that has school supplies on demand. We have snack bags for students that needed to take those home on the weekends. And we had a clothing closet for students that could privately come down and say, hey, I didn't have anything in dress code today, or my t-shirt has a hole in it, or I've spilled something on myself. So we had all those things here on demand at school that students could access. So that's been difficult to get them those things when they're not here and they can't ask for it as they normally would.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I think another thing is that we have some food, we have a pantry here at our school, but the need now is so increased, and it's almost like we just can't keep up with all the food that families are needing right now.
So what does that, I was going to say, that sounds like a really good way for us to kind of get into what the needs are that you're seeing now. And if you could really tell us about the difference in the need that you've seen now versus before the pandemic started.
Well, as Lori mentioned, we've definitely seen an increase in the need for food. And the pandemic EBT benefits were very helpful for our family. We're hoping that we can extend that program. That was something that all of our families qualified for because we are a school, a CEP school that our families did not have to go through any sort of extra verification process. So that was really nice for our families and very, very helpful. So that we definitely saw an increased need for the food.
And for anybody who doesn't know, could one of you explain to us what the Pandemic EBT program is? We've talked about it earlier today, but just in case someone else is watching, could you explain what that program was and where it's funded?
Sure. So the Pandemic EBT benefits are through the federal government, and they were extra funds for food stamps for families that qualified or students that were part of a CEP school who were receiving free and reduced lunch. So that those benefits were either automatically loaded onto their cards, or they were able to apply and receive cards, and they were able to use those funds on food at the grocery stores and places that accept those EBT benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier today, we got to talk to Karina Cash with Feeding Kentucky, and she was talking about just how much need there has been around food insecurity, and especially with children, how that need has just skyrocketed since this has started. And so how much that Pandemic EBT program has really saved families throughout this time. What we're hearing nationally is that that could be part of the continuing resolution that has to pass by the end of the month. It could be. But again, we're just looking again and again, we just keep coming up against Senate inaction, right? That there are solutions that could make everything easier for Kentuckians, and not just easier, but just doable. That could allow our families to not go hungry if they would just slide that in and just allow that to happen. But right now, our leadership is not not allowing us to do that. So that's what we're here to talk about, is just, all of these different things that our families and our children are facing. So earlier today, we talked a little bit about, what people are facing. And I know that we've mentioned the internet gap. So if you wanted to, mention how we could be helping with that and how that is affecting our students.
Well, I mean, that is a huge issue that we have. At our school, we have about a little over 1,000 students. And yesterday, they all were supposed to be online at the same time taking a test. So we could really see how many kids were, online. And of that 1,000, we had about 700. So, I mean, that means that the rest of those kids were, where were they? What was going on? And most of those are that they just cannot connect. And then a lot of the kids that were in the 700, they would be stuck on like number 4 for like 5 hours. Well, we all know they weren't on number 4 for 5 hours, but it's just the spotty internet. And if anything, the internet needs to become a basic utility. I mean, you can't do anything anymore without having the internet. You can't drive somewhere without having the map. I mean, I used to get out the old telephone book and look for maps. They don't do that anymore. So you can't apply for a job. You can't, I mean, my son just had to do the rest of his training for his driver's license online. And, our kids do not have basic internet in so many places. And they're falling farther and farther behind. And, in a perfect world, it'd be great if we could all have internet and everybody, but it's just not like that. We live in a society where we have a lot of income issues, and it just needs to become a utility. Something needs to change in that area.
Yes, and as an extension of what Lori is talking about, it just makes it more equitable for all of our students. That's one of the things of having them in the school building. Everybody has the same opportunity. Everybody has internet access. Everybody has what they need in the school building. And that's just not true when students are at home. So I personally saw a lot of anxiety in students yesterday. I'm trying. It's, it's logging me off. It's disconnecting me. It's spinning. What do I need to do? So just being a very calm space for those students to let them know, hey, we know you're doing your best and we want to help you, and we are going to advocate on your behalf to help you and just to help make this experience more equitable for all of our kids. That's really our biggest issue, is just the equitability. It's just not there when students are learning from home.
Well, and you just mentioned mental health. I think that as adults, it's really easy to think about all of the stress that we're having to deal with within this pandemic. But I would love to hear from you all as far as what our kids are dealing with and any kind of stories that you have. You just mentioned that you could see the anxiety in, these kids' faces trying to make stuff work out. Do you have any other stories that you could tell us about what they're facing and how robust aid could be helping with these kids as they're dealing with these stressors?
Well, I think that part of it is we haven't even scratched the tip of the iceberg with this, because as we all know, basic needs are the first, at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, just your basic needs are the first thing that happens. Our families are just dealing with trying to meet those basic needs. And I don't think we've even seen what emotionally this is doing to our kids. And I think that we're going to see that it's going to explode when we come back to school in real life. We have some kids who we already knew had some concerns, so we've been trying to keep up with them. But I just went on a home visit with one of our administrators for a student who we hadn't been hearing from lately, which was really concerning because, we had been. And when we got there, the mom said, oh, she's in the hospital. She just was she'd become really depressed and wouldn't come out of her room. And when we took her to the doctor, when she asked her to pull her sleeve up to put the cuff on, she refused to do it. And when they finally got her to, it's because she had cut herself all the way up her arm, because she's just become very isolated and very depressed, being home and not having any real, a lot of meaningful contact with other children her age.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Vogel mentioned a huge problem we're seeing is the isolation. Students don't necessarily miss school, even though we miss them and we think, oh, they miss school, they miss us, they miss seeing their friends. They are really suffering with the isolation piece. And if you think about us as adults and how we thrive with human interaction and we thrive with talking to peers our age, some of our kids just don't have that opportunity when we're in virtual learning. And I think we are, as Ms. Vogel said, we really want to think about being proactive, because when these children come back in the building, they are going to need our help.
And it feels like, you know, that need is going to need to be met with more people, right? Like we'll need more, yeah, I think you all mentioned earlier that the Kentucky gave each school district $43,000 for mental health, and that's a great start. But you know, we're looking at, if we don't get robust federal aid, we're looking at those monies being cut significantly because of Kentucky's budget. So, you know, you're talking about how we need more, because of these great things that, like these great stressors that our kids are under, that more of them will need help. And we're looking at cut budgets. So,
and Natalie, to touch on your point, our school has an excellent team. We have an administrative staff that is really mental health and child oriented. They get it. We have a lot of people in the building and we feel very fortunate, and we are worried about how we're going to meet these needs with such a strong team. So for other schools out there, I really worry for schools that are outside of Fayette County or in more rural areas that don't have access to some of the resources that even we have access to, and we're worried about needing more. Because as I said, we have a very strong team here. We have a support team. We've got mental health specialists in our building. We've got administrators and even teachers who are very mental health driven, and they understand that it takes the whole team for students to be able to learn. They understand that basic needs have to be met. And we are still very overwhelmed about what it's going to look like when kids come back and things that we are going to need, even as a very strong team here.
Yeah, exactly. I worry about, you know, all of our outer lying counties that just like Ashton said, that don't have the support that, you know, our school system has put a lot of supports in place, which is amazing. I mean, it's a great place to work. But, you know, in other counties, it's even the community mental health system struggles to get qualified people. So it's very concerning about what's going to happen when those children come back and they tell their stories of the stress of living in a home where they could be evicted as soon as the eviction moratorium goes off. And you know, a lot of kids that we have are undocumented, so they're not going to have the same supports that our kids that are documented do. And just, you know, living in that circumstance is going to be very scary for them, especially if they're, you know, they've built up such a bill that they can't even walk into a different apartment and live there. You know, they are so behind in their rent and in all the other things. I mean, are the utilities going to let them get utilities again? You know, so that it worries me they're going to become homeless and they're not going to have anything. And just, you know, they're already having such a break in their education due to so many issues. I mean, even if things were perfect and their online, you know, their Wi-Fi was great, it's still, you know, putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. So we just are very concerned about those situations.
I feel like that's what we've heard before, is that, you know, it's great that there's this eviction moratorium right now, that people have this one place in their life that they don't have to worry about literally being kicked out on the street. But it's a Band-Aid on a bullet hole, you know, and we're looking at that, and it's not what we need. We need robust federal aid, which means rent assistance. It means money in people's pockets. That's the answer that we need. And you all are just really showing that, and I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ashton. I'm sorry for popping in there.
No, that's okay. I was just really going to agree with what Lori said. I feel like we're being, and it's okay at this time. It's uncertain for all of us. It's uncertain for our leaders. It's uncertain for everyone, but we are being very reactive and we're not being proactive. And so I think what's going to happen is exactly as both of you explained. Right now families feel this very false sense of relief, like, okay, right now it's okay. But what happens when that bill is $3,000, $4,000, and then they're tacking on late fees, and then some families are missing the fine print on. Yes, I've had families tell me I have $1,000 in late fees on top of what I owe. So those things are still accruing, and it's just it's very eye-opening, and it's just we need something proactive in place.
Yes, I mean, if we could go back to where families were getting that assistance each month for, unemployment, that would be so helpful, because the bills are just stacking at this point. And I'm not even talking about just the people that are being evicted. I mean, I'm even thinking, the landlords who are not able to get, are not being able to pay the mortgage on the place that they're renting to them. And I actually have a property that we rent out, and fortunately, we've been lucky in that sense. But, if our renters could not pay their rent, we would not be able to keep the duplex that we own. And that's just the fact.
And I think that's so important to bring up, that it's not just the most vulnerable that are hurting right now, that it's every Kentuckian is affected, that no matter what class you're in, if you're a landowner, you're a property owner, you're hurting.
Yeah.
Because people don't have money in their pockets, which the federal government could be doing. They could push that button. They could pass a relief package that was actually robust enough to meet the needs in the moment, and they're not. So,
yeah, I mean, I wish that Senator McConnell would, bring something like the HEROES Act was going to do some of that stuff. And,
right.
what they've recently put forth is it's just not enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that you all mentioned that it's really not just our most vulnerable population. It's not just our in poverty families. It's everyone who is feeling the effects of this and could benefit from the assistance.
Absolutely. And I think that, we're talking about all of these things. I think it's also important to talk about our economy as a whole, and that when we have this money coming in, this pandemic EBT coming in, that is money that's going into our grocery stores, that's going into our local economy, that Kentucky as a whole benefits from these things. And without relief to our state, our teachers, our mental health professionals, our social workers, everyone is looking at major cuts. So I just want to thank you guys so much for coming and talking with us. And we have a few more minutes. I just want to leave it open for any last remarks, anything I've forgotten to ask you, or anything else you would like to leave us with anyway.
Well, I guess just, again, I wish that something more could be done. Again, I know that the internet.
It can be done. Yeah. There's a positive, uplifting thing here. We can fix it. We can do something if our senators would listen and choose to do so. We can do something.
Well, and I'd just like to challenge anybody who's watching to give our senators a call, and say, hey, I'm a Kentuckian and I'm struggling here and I need help. And even in our situation where I haven't struggled as bad but it still puts a toll on just even working here, knowing that all of these concerns are out there, and, it's just overwhelming at times.
Thank you so much for having us. And I'll leave on that note too. Your voice can be one of your most powerful tools. So make sure that you are advocating on behalf of yourself, advocating on behalf of our children here in Kentucky, and advocating for Kentucky as a whole. And your voice could and should be heard.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming. I so appreciate your experience and the service that you provide to our state. I just am very touched that we have you all taking care of our children and being out there on the front lines, just taking care of our kids and looking out for them, doing home visits, and really paying attention in the middle of this crisis. So thank you for using your voice. Thank you for being here, and we'll let you all go and continue your day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, Facebook Live. We just talked with two school counselors, two school social workers who are seeing the need on the ground on a daily basis for more robust federal aid that we can have right now. So in our waiting room, we have Emily Beauregard and Kara Stuart for Kentucky Voices for Health. So I'm going to admit them now, and they'll be joining me shortly. Here they come. Hey, Emily. We've got Kara just waiting. We got the little dotty dots.
Well, I've been watching,
Oh,
and
you have? Oh, gosh. Well, thank you. Hey, Kara, thanks for joining us.
all the
Hi.
talk about housing has made me really want to talk more about housing, but I know we're here to talk about healthcare, so.
Yeah, somebody's got to talk about something else, even though I agree, it's hard not to talk about housing.
It's been a whole lot about housing, about pandemic EBT and food insecurity, housing insecurity, these basic needs that Kentuckians are dealing with. But obviously, healthcare is a basic need. If we, in the middle of a pandemic, even more so. So I would love for you all to introduce yourselves. A second ago, I got to say that we have Emily Beauregard and Kara Stuart with us with Kentucky Voices for Health. But if you could tell us what your titles are, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm Emily Beauregard. I'm the director of Kentucky Voices for Health, and we are a coalition of consumer health advocates from across the Commonwealth working to address the underlying causes of poor health through policy advocacy. And we do that by lifting up the voices of the people who are affected by these decisions. So, yeah, Kara, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Kara Stewart, and I direct policy advocacy at Kentucky Voices for Health, and I'm relatively new to the team, but have been a member of the KVH Coalition for a long time, and I'm excited to be able to talk about meeting the needs of Kentuckians so that all Kentuckians can thrive no matter who they are or where they are.
Well, could you both tell us what parts of Kentucky you're coming to us from today as well?
Yeah, I'm sitting in my office in Louisville, Kentucky right now.
I'm sitting in a closet in Covington, Kentucky right now.
That's a great space, though. I mean, the background is just perfect for your Zoom call. I think
I'm usually sitting at my kitchen table, so I just decided to find a place that was going to be perfectly quiet.
That is really helpful.
I'm hiding from dogs.
You're hiding from dogs. I feel like mine is constantly walking in and out of the room because she constantly wants to go in and out of the house. So that's a great idea to hide from them. We've been trying to start these conversations off with just asking how you personally have been doing in this time. I feel like most of my colleagues have been fortunate enough to still have an income, but a lot of people, but that's not the end of it. So I'd love to hear from you all. It's just, how are you doing? How are your families doing? How are you getting by in all of this craziness?
You know, every time someone asks me that, I feel like I have to say that in the big scheme of things, I'm doing okay because I do have my job and we have been healthy, but it has been stressful. I mean, this is just one of those years that you could never have imagined. It feels like you're just sort of in this dark tunnel and you don't see the light out. And the job that we have to do, you know, it's incredibly important. Every day you wake up feeling like you need to do it and you want to do it, but it really takes a toll on you.
Mm-hmm. And Kara, how
2020 sucks.
True. Just true right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally extremely lucky because I was able to get a new job in 2020 and, you know, have a job and have a meaningful thing that I get to do every day and spend my time in service to all of my neighbors. But 2020 is really hard. I mean, it's every day you run into a new thing where, oh, well, COVID took that away too. I mean, every day there's just something new. And then the not knowing makes it really hard. The not knowing when it's over or when things are going to change.
I
That
think
not knowing.
the uncertainty is the worst part of it. And it's bad for us as individuals, but obviously it's bad for us as a community, as society, to not be able to plan and to feel like we don't even know where, like thinking about rent again, where rent is coming from, where food is going to come from, where those basic needs are going to come from. And that's just not how people should have to live day to day.
So with most of my guests, I've been asking what your work looked like before the pandemic. So could you all tell us, what did healthcare access look like before all of this crazy happened? And then of course, we'll kind of shift into what kind of struggles we're dealing with now as a state.
Well, we had a moment where it looked real good. We had 4 years where it was kind of grim, where we were fighting for Medicaid without barriers and trying to keep people covered, really fighting for the inherent dignity of people who shouldn't have to deserve healthcare, because we all deserve healthcare. Healthcare is a human right. But that was a long fight. And we had this moment where we got to breathe, and we had a governor saying healthcare is a human right, proclaiming it, and really embracing Medicaid expansion and other opportunities to improve healthcare for everyone in Kentucky. And, that was a nice break. And then we kind of entered COVID.
I don't even remember that part. But we actually are still, I don't want to neglect the fact that Kentucky is actually doing the best in the country at getting people enrolled in health insurance. So, we've had the biggest uptick, near 20% increased enrollment in Medicaid, which warms my heart, because not only does that mean that people have health insurance and can go to the doctor, can get care they need, especially this time when we have a lot more sick people than normal, but it also means we're bringing in dollars upon dollars upon dollars, add some commas and some more dollars to Kentucky, because Medicaid brings in, 10 billion with a B dollars to the Kentucky economy every year. So it's also a big deal in that way. And we're also creating living wage jobs throughout the state in our healthcare industry. So that also makes me feel good about it. But every time we increase the Medicaid rolls, what I see as a win for Kentuckians is sometimes means it brings a target to Medicaid, because it increases the percent of our under-resourced, because of under-revenued state budget.
Yeah.
I would love for you to say that again, as far as one thing that I really, everyone has touched on in some way, is just how the aid and helping individuals helps our economy as a whole. So could you go back and say that again?
Medicaid helps our economy in so many ways, and every single individual in Kentucky. So not just the economy at large, not just the individuals who are enrolled in Medicaid and have Medicaid coverage and can use it to get, access to care, but every single person benefits, because our provider network, our rural hospitals in particular, but every provider in Kentucky practically has Medicaid funding that helps to keep their doors open. And rural hospitals in particular, community health centers, community mental health centers, they rely on Medicaid funding. So when Medicaid funding goes down, they're less likely to be able to keep their doors open or provide all the services that they typically provide. We saw with Medicaid expansion that not only did we create 40,000 or so jobs in Kentucky, but we also had an increase in services. So we had a huge expansion of substance use disorder treatment services, a huge expansion of behavioral health and other types of services that just weren't as available before. School health services for kids has increased tremendously since 2014. So like I said, every single person benefits from Medicaid.
And I love to also remind people that even if you and everyone in your family has employer-sponsored coverage, you're still probably getting drive-through sometimes. And when you get that delicious cheeseburger deluxe from Wendy's, don't you want to make sure that the person who's handing it to you doesn't have the flu and has health care? Because I do. And guess what? Wendy's doesn't pay enough, and Wendy's doesn't provide health insurance. So the people who are working at Wendy's have Medicaid, pretty much all of them. So that also directly affects the health of your family.
I mean, so many people have Medicaid who we consider are essential workers. We're using that term now for people who we don't invest in, who, they're essential and yet they get the least in terms of income, in terms of benefits, in terms of, any sort of job security. And we're exposing them to the risk of COVID at a time when, they don't have a lot of security. So yeah, Medicaid is there to provide some financial security and peace of mind. But the other thing Kara mentioned, the amount of funding, federal funding that Medicaid brings into the state, which is over $10 billion a year.
With a B.
There is a state share to that we have to put in our state budget. And so it does mean that Medicaid is at risk whenever the federal government and our state government don't have the funds or aren't providing the funds to support these kinds of programs. But it is so valuable that what we typically say is we can't afford to not have Medicaid. There is a cost to it, but the cost far outweighs what we would lose. Or what we would lose, I would say, far outweighs the cost. We would lose much more if we didn't have Medicaid.
And the people who have Medicaid in Kentucky right now that are often brought up as maybe if we were going to cut it, who we would, are considered the Medicaid expansion category when we added low-income adults. But for the low-income adults, Kentucky only puts in a dime to get $1, right? So that's 90% comes from the feds. It's like there is no such thing as that good of an opportunity or investment anywhere. Or if so, I'm sure that they would be on late night TV telling us all about it.
Well, and I don't know if this is the most updated number, but KSEP originally put out an estimate that about 228,000, I believe, Kentuckians lost their jobs during maybe March and April due to the recession. And we have seen since February, 226,000 Kentuckians get Medicaid coverage. So we essentially saw our uninsurance rate double overnight when people lost their jobs and they lost their employer-sponsored health insurance. And then we saw Medicaid do exactly what it's designed to do, kicks into action, and all of a sudden, 226,000 people, almost the exact same number of people who lost their jobs, now have Medicaid and peace of mind and financial security. Now, that doesn't fix the problem with unemployment benefits going away. It doesn't fix the, crisis that we have in housing or the food insecurity people are experiencing, but it takes one element off their shoulders, right? And right now, like Kara said, there's going to be a very hard budget year coming up. The General Assembly is going to have a real issue on their hands, and programs like Medicaid and other vital safety net programs are often on the chopping block. And so while Medicaid is working now, if we don't keep funding it, it may not work so well in the future. We could see a lot of people losing their health insurance.
Right, and there's really only one solution to the strain that's put on our state and local budgets because this is the pandemic is so extraordinary, and that is money from the federal government. So we have to have money from the federal government, which we could have already had because it's already passed the House, but has not been heard in the Senate. So we need the U.S. Senate, turns out, led by our Senator, Mitch McConnell, to hear packages and to pass a bill with relief for our state and local government, which would include Medicaid.
Yeah, I think that you all are hitting on, of course, all of the things that we're talking about today. I think that it's incredible, just all that Medicaid brings to our state. That I just want to say over and over again, how all of these issues are all of our issues, and how, that money is sent straight into our economy. And by not assisting us, you're leaving our entire economy out in the cold.
Yeah, the HEROES Act was voted on in the House. It passed the House of Representatives.
And how long ago was that?
That was
May. It was May 15th.
Right. So
Has not
we're
been.
at September 17th right now. So in May, we had a solution that could have actually helped all Kentuckians.
That's right. And what we asked for, what we need for Medicaid was in that bill. And this bill can at any time be heard in the Senate. It can go to the floor for a vote in the Senate, but it hasn't. So what it would have provided to Kentucky, or what it can still provide to Kentucky, is $1.5 billion over 18 months to offset state budget costs. It would increase the federal match for Medicaid funding to the point that we would bring in an additional $1.5 billion. So with our state budget, imagine what that could do.
Because that's one thing that I think we've reflected on a couple of times, is just that our state budget is looking at some devastating cuts in the next, in January. And that is just going to, what's insane to me is just how the people that are forecasting what our revenues are looking like are assuming that we're going to get another stimulus check, that we're going to have Pandemic EBT continue through, that the additional 600 supplemental unemployment benefits were going to be extended, and all of those things have already expired. So the dreadful look and forecast that our state's already putting out there was assuming that we would be getting all of these additional health federal relief, and that those things doesn't look like it's any longer on the table. And so
Right.
Thinking
about, things expiring and needing extensions that don't just go through, next month or the next month, the end of the year, but really go until we know that the recession and the pandemic are over. And with Medicaid and presumptive eligibility in particular, which I like to call temporary Medicaid, because that's what it is. It's coverage for 3 to 6 months at this point. We have a lot of Kentuckians enrolled in that right now. I'll take that back. Probably about 150,000 Kentuckians currently have presumptive eligibility coverage.
A lot.
And right now, that's dependent really on the public health state of emergency. And then we also,
Can you tell us what that is?
The public health state of emergency is something that HHS, the Health and Human Services, federal government, put in place. And that goes through almost the end of October. So, the administration can continue to make these small, it's already been extended once, they may extend it again, but it'd be great if in law we had an extension that tied it to the end of the recession and the end of the pandemic. And the same with relief in every other case. And the concern there is that, people could end up losing that option for temporary coverage when they need it the most, when obviously we shouldn't be letting health conditions, worsen because we can't afford to go to the doctor. We shouldn't be avoiding going when we think, well, maybe it's a cold, maybe it's COVID. I don't know. I'm just going to, kind of let it play out and see, and go to the ER if it gets really bad. We don't want people doing that right now. So for that reason, we need this extended through the end of the pandemic and recession.
Why do you all think that our lawmakers are so tied to throwing out piecemeal crumbs that are attached to dates rather than passing relief that could be attached to the end of the recession, or that could go until this is over? I don't understand why it seems that they're really tied to putting end dates on things when we could be talking about tying it to the recession itself or the crisis itself.
I think Kara will
Natalie,
answer your question.
that takes away their importance and power.
I mean, it is what's really causing the uncertainty, right? Of course, nobody could have known how long this would have gone, but we can all figure out when it's done, when it's over. We'll know when the economic recession is over. We'll know when the pandemic is over, because nobody will be getting COVID-19. So that's pretty clear. And yeah, I agree with Kara.
Yeah, I mean, we currently do tie, there's lots of waivers for Medicaid programs and for the SNAP program that are tied to unemployment rates and tied to markers that we can measure. And we should be doing the exact same thing for unemployment, that we ship out enhanced unemployment until certain factors are met. Those are easy to be determined to show that this is over, unemployment rate is gone, et cetera. And the same thing for Medicaid, that while our states need more, they should be able to get more. But I think it's just insecurity on the part of our elected leaders who want to keep themselves in a position where they perceive themselves more powerful. Unfortunate.
What a great place we're in.
Well, I mean, we can always, we are the government, we elect the government. So we should just make sure that we all hold people who are running for office accountable and make sure we ask them all about that. How they understand how you should be setting emergency policies. And how to set things based on triggers and how we should automatically increase our unemployment anytime there's a trigger in advance to prevent a recession from happening. These things are not rocket science. I'm not great at math and I can understand and figure it out. So I'm feeling pretty good about putting that as an expectation for people running for office.
Mm-hmm. Emily, it looked like you had something to say.
Well, I agree with Kara that it should be the expectation, and just thinking about why we're even doing this today, like we need to continue to call on our senators and members of Congress generally to demand that we have this relief. We can't wait any longer. People are suffering, and the uncertainty is difficult on every level, individual, businesses, governments. It just puts everyone in such a difficult position. And we have other options. I think as an advocate, that's always the way that my brain works is we actually have another choice here. It's not always this like dichotomy. It's not always yes or no, or we have Medicaid expansion, or we have this Medicaid waiver. Actually, we can do things better. We are a democracy. We need to ask for what we need and expect it.
So in the last,
I hope people will
in the last couple minutes, I would love to hear what those solutions are. I would love to hear from you all. And this is a really great conversation. I want to thank you guys for being here. And also thank you for pointing out that we have a voice, we have a choice, and that we can call our elected officials and tell them what we need. So Emily and Kara, could you tell us more about what we need, what those policies specifically look like around healthcare and everything else from your expert viewpoint? What are those things that we could be looking for and could pass right now?
I like how you threw that little wrench in at the end. Emily goes then.
Oh, okay. So, well, just going back to your comment about we have a voice, obviously we do. That's why we do this work. But 1.5 million Kentuckians now have Medicaid coverage. That's 1 out of 3 Kentuckians. And imagine if even a small number of those individuals were calling their members of Congress and demanding this. But I think more than that, the people who are providing them care, providers, our doctors, our nurse practitioners, our mental health providers, they need to be making sure that Congress knows this isn't acceptable. We need something different. We need solutions, and we need them now. But we have a lot of people who are benefiting directly from Medicaid, and everyone, of course, needs healthcare access and coverage. So this should matter to all of us. But as far as the solutions, we touched on having an enhanced match rate, a federal match rate where the federal government is paying more of the bill for Medicaid during this time. Until the pandemic and the recession are over, the federal government should be paying for more of the Medicaid program so that states can use the money in their budget for other things. And then what Kara was saying about a trigger that ties everything to the end of the pandemic and the recession is also really, really critical. And then there are people who can't necessarily, they won't be eligible for Medicaid. So Medicaid isn't the only solution, although I would love to see Medicaid for all. I think that's the better policy than Medicare for all, but we can talk about that another day. But there are other funds that we need for people who are uninsured, and help for people if they have a hard time affording their employer-sponsored health insurance or their marketplace plan, because right now, individuals who have those types of coverage are also struggling.
And I would add, I also would hope that, say, car dealers in Eastern Kentucky would call on behalf of protecting Medicaid, because that's who's buying their cars, are doctors and nurses and healthcare workers who are being paid with Medicaid funds, and it directly ties to the economy in so many ways that I would expect that everybody can figure that out and figure out that their business is also directly affected, on top of the people having healthcare.
Yeah, and bringing up the rural hospital part of it, just that without Medicare, without Medicaid, our rural hospitals will just disappear. Like, it's already a crisis. I feel like it's already a crisis in Kentucky when it comes to just the availability of healthcare in a lot of our rural areas. And without this kind of assistance, those hospitals just simply don't exist.
Natalie, do you know about Tennessee?
That's what I was just going to say.
No, please tell me.
Oh, they've had like 17, I think, or some outrageous number of their hospitals closed because they haven't expanded Medicaid. So they really don't have access to healthcare in massive chunks of their state.
In the middle of a pandemic.
Exactly.
Where we are right now.
Just look at the map. You can look at all the states that haven't chosen to expand Medicaid, and that's what's happened.
Well, and in addition to our healthcare providers, and that's a huge, stakeholder or whatever with Medicaid, but employers should really know the value of Medicaid. And I think they often get confused with the idea of like paying taxes and, their taxes go to Medicaid, but their employees have Medicaid. It's a huge cost savings for the employer. People who have coverage, of course, are more productive. They're healthier employees. And so for so many reasons, Medicaid is important to employers too.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a few more minutes. I want to leave you guys with space to say any, lasting thoughts that you would like to leave us with, that you would like for our senators to hear, for the people that are making these decisions to hear, or for our friends and family. We started this saying that we feel like our elected leadership is not listening to us. And so it's time to talk to one another and have us all calling and all talking to our elected officials. So what would you like to leave us with in the last few minutes that we have together?
Well, can I do a shameless plug for our sign-on letter?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Go right
All right.
ahead.
I feel like you just kind of set me up for that.
Absolutely.
So we have a sign-on letter to our Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, and asking him for exactly what we're talking about today, that we have immediate relief and that it be a robust, comprehensive package that is bipartisan and that gets passed this month when people need it. So I'm going to put a link to that sign-on letter into the chat, not the chat on Zoom, but on Facebook. And if people want to go there and sign on, our deadline is technically today, but we're probably still going to be working on it tomorrow. So anyway, please sign. Organizations and individuals are all welcome to sign.
I'd say it's almost like this isn't ending anytime soon. Like, we'll be working on this tomorrow because, well, there's still a need tomorrow. There'll still be a need in 2021. So
we should probably trigger the end of our letter, the deadline for the end of the pandemic and recession. Right?
Hey, Natalie, we might have a complete just and equitable, anti-racist world where everyone has the, things that they need to survive and thrive in 2021. I mean, it's possible. These things are policy choices. We could make different policies.
You are completely correct there. We have choices. We can make different ones, and we can make choices that hold us all up, including our entire economy here in the state of Kentucky, for sure.
Yep.
All righty. Well,
let's go, leaders. Let's go.
Go, leaders. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I so appreciate your time and your expertise and your ability to just jump on here and educate us all on what could change and what could be made better. So thank you guys for your time, and we hope to see you again. I'm sure that we'll be doing more Facebook Lives in the near future. So thank you all.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you, Natalie.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys. See you later. So Facebook Live friends, we have our next speakers in the waiting room. So we will be with you in just a moment with people who are working directly with domestic violence survivors and how they will be talking on how this pandemic has worked with that, not worked with. My tongue is getting tight at this point in the day, but I'll go ahead and let them in. We have Olivia Spradlin and Ann Perkins in our waiting room. So we got our little bubbles. They are joining us. Olivia and Ann, I hope you can hear us. Will you be able to turn your videos on? Oh, there's Olivia. Hi, you look wonderful. Good to see you.
Let me get mine on here.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Ann. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been one of those days. Is it Monday?
At this point in this pandemic and in the quarantine times, I've just accepted that there is no time. That time and space no longer exists. It could be Monday. It could be Friday. We just don't know.
Yeah, it's been one of those days. Yeah.
Whew, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. We have talked with several people so far today. We've been able to speak with social workers working in addiction recovery. We've spoken with school counselors, Feeding Kentucky, and the nonprofits that are working to feed our friends and neighbors, Medicaid experts, and now we have with us Ann Perkins and Olivia Spradlin. If you two could introduce yourselves and let us know who you work with and what your titles are and all that kind of good stuff.
I'm Ann Perkins, and I'm the director of Safe Harbor in Ashland, Kentucky. I run one of the domestic violence sexual assault programs for Eastern Kentucky. I cover the FICO district, which is that northeastern part of the state. I've been here about 22 years. I've been around for a long time. If it tells you, I'm on the incorporation papers here. So I was a board member for actually 10 years before I became the director. So, and I'm a past president of our state association, KCADV, and I have a lifelong passion especially for women and children. I was the director of the YWCA for 10 years prior to coming to Safe Harbor. So, and I worked for Girl Scouts when I got out of college. So I've always worked for women and girls, basically my whole career pretty much. So I'm just glad I've got the luckiest job in the world. So.
Thank you so much for your service, Ann. I'm sure that the women and girls of Kentucky are much better off because of the time that you have spent working with each of them. So thank you so much for your service there. Olivia, could you introduce yourself and let us know who you work with?
Absolutely. I'm Olivia Spradlin. I work for the Kentucky Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I'm a senior program specialist there, and in particular, I work with our Meaningful Access Project. As Ann mentioned, Safe Harbor is one of our member programs. KCADV is the statewide network that really works at that state policy level on behalf of victims and survivors of domestic violence. We have member programs throughout the state. Those member programs are currently open and providing services and working through this. So if you are in a situation where you need help right now, please do reach out. We are up and running. We've kept going through all of it.
Well, I just want to thank you both for being here. And this really is a conversation. And so we want to start out with just asking how you are doing individually. So how are you and yours getting through in this crazy crisis time on just a personal level individually?
Well, it's been, needless to say, maybe one of the most challenging, I think, times for all of our programs. to figure out, the best way we can stay in business and keep our programs open and giving those kind of services that are so needed. We serve the most at-risk families in Kentucky. And I mean that from all levels, whether it's, domestic violence or homelessness or substance abuse or, mental health issues. All of those are part of the fabric that make up our services. And so, for us, we're working with a vulnerable group of families to begin with. So putting this pandemic on top of everything has just kind of made us really think, how can we keep going through this crisis and get to the other end?
And Olivia, how are you guys doing? And just you personally as well.
We're doing okay. KCDV, we don't work as much with the direct services as our programs do. So we have 15 member programs that provide services throughout the state that are those shelter services and those court-based services. And they have, I think, close to 400 workers between all of them. So through this, it's definitely been, how do we keep those 400 workers that are in these really like high risk, in terms of high exposure spaces, how do we keep them safe as well as the folks that they're providing the services to? So getting PPE for the programs, helping the programs develop policies and procedures around how to keep, survivors that are seeking their services, but also their workers as safe as possible through this. I mean, and those, you're in it, like those 400 workers roughly that are at those shelters, like they are critical, essential, emergency workers, and they're carrying a lot right now.
A lot of our programs, are in very rural parts of Kentucky too. You've got your big programs in Louisville, Lexington, Covington, Owensboro, Bowling Green. Those. But then you've got another large segment of our population is our most rural communities. And, even though we're all basically have the same mission, we all have different assets to utilize. So, from every corner of the state, we depend on state and federal money to sustain us and to provide those kinds of services. So for us, it's not only the anxiety of how can we keep our programs going, but the anxiety from the federal government on basically kind of keeping us all holding our breath, whether they're going to be able to, fund the most essential services of life, homes and health and school, jobs. All of those things are totally dependent on our state and federal government from, most service providers like us. Very few of us have a fraction of what I call community donation money to operate on. We almost operate about a 99% of our budget on state and federal dollars. So that's the key for us.
So you're saying that without federal relief to our state, we're looking at crazy budget cuts that are going to hinder your programs that are doing such incredible crisis work right now.
Well, right now, I think I've talked to a couple people and said it's kind of like the analogy of, we've all just been hit by a hurricane. Every state in the United States has been hit, and some states have been hit harder than others. Well, the fact of the matter is, what do you do when you've been hit? You send in dollars and you send in assistance. And that's how you put people back, back to work, back on their feet, because this whole pandemic is out of our control. There is nothing that anybody can do except follow the guidelines, which is, wear your mask and social distance and that kind of thing. So, unless they fund us completely and operate or make our, budgets be able to operate, we're all going to be up a creek. We're all going to be literally up a creek without a paddle. The infrastructure that we depend on, which I said was healthcare, jobs, education, all of that depend on what I consider a totally nonpartisan issue, which is human lives. That's what we're dealing with here. And so the value of each of us is going to be totally dependent on our legislators coming together and saying, we have to work together. We have to make this funding stream stay open to these communities, or we're all going to be in way worse shape. We're going to spend tens of billions more on the back end than we are going to be on the front end of this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So could you all tell us a little bit about either from individual stories that you might have or, statistics on a larger scale, what the landscape was like around domestic violence within Kentucky before the pandemic, and, what the needs are now, now that we're in the middle of it?
Well, from my perspective, we started the pandemic with 3 murders, basically. And those were 3 victims that had received services from Safe Harbor with 3 very different stories. But the truth of the matter is it happened during those first 2 or 3 weeks of the pandemic. But I tell everybody, domestic violence isn't enhanced by the pandemic. It just goes along with the pandemic. It was there before the pandemic started. It's there while it's happening. It's going to be there after it's gone. So what are we going to do about it? I mean, how are we going to address these issues if we're not able to have the staffing available to meet those kind of needs? All 3 of those women were murdered by people that were close to them. They weren't random, acts of violence. They were probably all totally premeditated acts of violence. And if I don't have the staff to address those needs, then it's not going to be any different than, like I said, being hit by the hurricane and everybody standing out there in the middle of the desert or in the middle of rubble, looking for where we're going to sleep next, where we're going to eat next, because this is kind of a life and death situation for most of our families. We house about 150 women and children a day on our property. That's a lot of folks to have to put food on the table. I mean, we all know what it costs for each individual family to go to the grocery. You can imagine what my grocery bill is. Put 3 meals a day on the table, plus all the utilities for all of our. We have emergency housing, we have transitional housing, we have permanent supportive, we have 34 apartments, all on our property. So I'm counting on our federal and state legislators to step up to the plate and say, we need to invest in this state. We need to invest in each community. Every good business reinvests money in their business. And the state of Kentucky and Ashland, Kentucky and Louisville, the state of our business is people. That's the state of our business is people. So if we're not willing as a community and as a state and as a country to reinvest, and I'm talking infrastructure, dollars for housing, medical, jobs, the whole 9 yards, if we're not interested in making those investments, then you might as well kiss our country goodbye. We're going to be a third world country instead of one of the leaders in the world. So I just think it behooves us as a good business practice, not even hesitate to invest monies in all of our states to keep us going and keep us strong. Because that investment, you'll have a return on your dollar that I don't think you will even realize what it means to the state until after the dust settles, after this pandemic is over.
You know, just one program we were talking just recently, just a couple of minutes ago with Kentucky Voices for Health, and they mentioned that Medicaid, for every dollar that the state puts in, it gets $9 back. I mean, there's the return on investment in when we invest in people, when you invest in our state, is incredible.
I have women who hadn't worked in years. Once Obamacare and all that kicked in and they could get Medicaid, they all were able to go back to work for the first time. That's a no-brainer. If you've got your diabetic medicine, you've got your blood pressure medicine, you're healthy to go back to work. So I've got women who were actually able to go back to work for the first time in years because they had access to health care for the first time. One of our local hospitals went almost bankrupt because they had I don't know, $15 million or $50 million in unpaid bills through the emergency room, which were a whole lot of my people who used the emergency room. Well, they finally had dollars reimbursement for taking care of those exact same people that they took care of free in the emergency room. So that's the kind of thing that we've got to realize, that investment pays back. Healthcare always pays back.
So Anne, I think there are just so many things that you've mentioned that touch the lives of the folks that we work with. And it's everything from their health to their jobs to transportation. You and I were talking about that yesterday, that, you have women and children living in your shelter who can't get where they need to go on public transportation without being at risk of exposure. We've talked about the state budget too, and the importance to keep dollars in it. And it's the list just goes on and on and on. And I think for so many of us who have been working in these contexts for a while, as you mentioned with domestic violence, these are things that it did exist before COVID, and they're potentially going to exist after. And really what COVID has just laid bare is all of our weaknesses and our frailties and our fragility in ways that's just so astounding. And it's such a comprehensive problem that there really isn't any way to even address it that's not also comprehensive.
A lot of our programs across the state, we think we sometimes focus on maybe the poorest of the poor, the people who have the least access. We've taken care of women who were PhDs, who were doctors, who were lawyers and all, but those women, for the most part, have been able to access or have jobs that help keep them self-sustaining. So when you've got a population in our state, which is as great as it is, we lead the country in children removed from the home. So when you think of the number of children in foster care, just in Kentucky alone, that has created a total statewide dilemma for a lot of our programs, because a lot of those kids are our kids. So when you don't address the childhood trauma that's been perpetrated on these children by their perpetrators who have beaten their mothers and hurt their mothers, or beaten and hurt them individually, when you're not able to help those children get out of that situation and get safe and get to our programs, then you're going to be paying that price for that child for really 2 or 3 generations to come. And we know that for a fact now. We've got the research on it. We know the effects of childhood violence and the effects of childhood trauma. So funding our programs not only saves lives, but enhances the lives to give those families a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get out of a violent situation, to take a hold of their lives, to be able to go to school. You know, we graduated a little young woman here with a 4-year-old son who came here. We got her into ACTC. She was president of her nursing class. You know, she came with literally nothing with her 4-year-old child. And our program gave her the opportunity to get that education, to be able to move on, to take care of herself and her son, and flourish for the last 20 years because she was able to get that life-sustaining education and job opportunity. But that's what we do. That's what our job is to empower people. It's not that we're here for a handout. I'm not interested in handing out things to people. I'm interested in empowering people through the services that 15 programs across the state provide to women and children and men who are victims of domestic violence and sexual assault.
Thank you so much. And I just think that you guys have you pointed out everything that we could ever ask you to. And I think it's just really important to say that all of these critical programs that you are providing, all this critical care that you're providing to women and families in Kentucky cannot happen without funding. And that we're looking at we're looking at a devastating situation at our state, in our state's budget in the coming year. And we're looking at our federal government saying, you have to help, you have to offer robust federal aid to our states, because it's our states that spend, you know, so much of your, that puts so much money into your programs. So Olivia or Ann, do you want to speak to that some?
Sure. KCDV is one of the contractors with the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, and they give us money that we redistribute to our programs. And with some of the state budget cuts that, you know, I think we're all looking at coming up, given the revenue shortfalls, it's going to be rough for some of the programs in terms of being able to continue to provide certain services. And we're looking at that happening in a context where folks need more help, not less, right? Folks are losing their jobs. They're, I think about of the survivors that KCDV does provide direct services and housing support to, their average income is around $700 or $7,500 a year. And that's already hard enough to live off of, right? That's already pretty impossible to live off of. And so we have folks like that, and they're losing supports through this, they're losing jobs through this, they're losing work through this. And not only that, the programs that they're turning to for support through this are also being told, do more with less, you know, do more with less in certain ways. And again, it's just such a comprehensive problem that you have to have a big solution to it. So.
Well, I'm going to go back to saying and using the analogy that in my opinion, this is a total investment opportunity for the federal government to provide each state the backup, like what FEMA does when they go into resurrect communities who are devastated by fire or floods or whatever. You know, it's really the same situation here. This pandemic is just another metaphor for a hurricane, fire, or flood that's happened to this whole country. So, you know, with this, if they would just realize that the collateral that they will invest in our states and in our communities will not only sustain us through and weather through this pandemic, but give us the opportunity to shore up that infrastructure of the family, which is the infrastructure of our state, is our family. That is the bare bones gist of how we exist, whether we're going to be job ready, whether we're going to be education ready, whether we're going to be health ready, is going to matter on how much we want to invest in our people. And that's really, it sounds very simple, and it is kind of a no-brainer, but I am telling you, there is nothing more valuable than shoring up the human collateral that is all of us in every single community, because keeping us healthy and keeping us housed and keeping us in, being able to go buy food for our children and having, keeping our families together as much as we can. That's going to be, in my opinion, invaluable. And it's also going to determine, I think, how fast we're going to recover from all this. If we're doing this, putting the fire out after everything's burned down, we're all going to be in trouble. I want to hose the houses down and keep them safe before the fire hits us. And if you want to call it prevention, that's what I'm going to call it. It's prevention of homelessness. It's prevention of joblessness. It's the prevention of people having issues with alcohol or substance abuse because they have no coping mechanisms to address. I mean, all of those factors are coming into play. So, if you're not understanding that scope of what investment of dollars mean, then I really don't think you have any business being in state government or federal government, because that's what the whole point of how we work is. It's how are we going to be better, do better, be prepared. How can we not have that big vision for doing the best that we can with what we've got now? I don't want to be picking up the pieces. I've been picking up the pieces for 30, 40 years. And that's a really hard nut to crack. I don't want to get somebody when they're so down that they can't even lift their head up, because that's how I see us getting through this in the next year and a half if we don't shoot money where it needs to be, and that's with families.
Amen.
It's not rocket science to me. I don't get it. I don't get making it a partisan. I don't understand that. We're all people. We all bleed the same. We all, you and I are going to be the same person on a ventilator as the next person. We're all the same. It's not whether you're Democrat or Republican or progressive that doesn't matter. None of that matters. None of that matters.
Thank you so much, Ann. I feel like that is just spot on, that it is about people. And that is what we're talking about today, is just that this is about people, that the people of Kentucky as a whole are in a crisis, and that our legislators could do something about it. That there is an answer, there is a clear answer, and that is robust federal aid now and for the duration of this crisis.
It's investment. It's investment. I just, that's all. I mean, that's all I can say. It's not a handout. It's not a handout. It's an investment.
Right.
And our people are the most. We're the most valuable asset there is. How are we going to stay strong if we don't have access to the hospital and doctor's appointments? How are we gonna get a job if we, dropped out of school and didn't, graduate, or, you know, all of that is the infrastructure that is essential to success and sustainability. It's, there's nothing really more important than those basic components. I had about probably 10 families who are going to face eviction.
Wow.
If you can't live on unemployment forever. You really can't. And you also are behind the 8 ball because there aren't any jobs. So, how are they going to weather this without a support system, which is our programs? Our programs are those most vulnerable family support systems. All of us have had people in our lives who sustained us when we needed something. We've had family who helped us buy a car, or helped us get into college, or helped us, get our first house, or helped us get a job because they knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody, So, we all have that support system that help us become successful. And that's what these 15 programs in the state are for all of our most vulnerable families. We are that support system that holds families up and holds them together so that they can get out of a very bad situation and move on.
Well, and I think it's important to point out that we're talking about the most vulnerable, but you've also mentioned that you have people who have come to you in crisis who are doctors and lawyers.
Absolutely.
And that upper middle class, because violence hits all of us at some point, can hit all of us at some point, and so that this is not help for the least of these consistently. It's help for all of us because we are all in this crisis together and we all need this investment. I love that you said that so many times, that it's an investment into our Commonwealth to keep us from falling deeper and deeper into poverty, into debt, into all of these things. So thank you so much for bringing up all of those great points. I want to leave you all with some time. Olivia, do you have something that you would like to share with us before we sign off for a few minutes?
I think Anne's just done a wonderful job of saying so many of, telling stories and conveying so much of the enormity of this, but the very tangible personal impact of it too. So I do want to say thanks so much to Anne for joining us and for sharing the stories that she brought. I really appreciate you and your work with us. So
I just want to kind of finish up. We've got a little grandmother who's been with us for probably about 5 years now. She brought her preschool grandson with her into shelter. And the first probably 2 or 3 months that he was in shelter, we had him in a psychiatric unit in Louisville on 2 different occasions because of his childhood trauma. And he actually is a thriving, doing wonderful right now. They live in one of our apartments, and he's just done beautifully since then. And I just think how impressive our staff is that they were able to give him the kinds of support and therapeutic care that was needed for him to be able to be successful as a 4th grader now, and his grandmother is able to, take care of him because we're able to kind of provide that kind of support for her. So they're living independently. He's in school, doing well, just because the funding that's been there for this kind of family. He would have been a lost cause, I think, had they not been able to access the healthcare services that were so important to him. And they're just another success story of the value that you know, putting people back on their feet brings to the table for this community to make us stronger. You know, there's, again, I'm just going to say there's, you know, we're all, whether we're black or white or young or old or whatever, we have to have a strong support system to thrive. And so from a state perspective, from a federal perspective, from Ashland, Kentucky perspective, you know, the stronger we are, the more successful we're going to be. And we know that. And all we want is our legislators to step up to the plate and look at our value and understand that let's put good money after good people. You know, let's put good money after good people. And if they do that and they take that stance, I think their return on their investment is going to be tenfold.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much. I just appreciate you guys so much for being here and for sacrificing, you know, your part of your day speaking with us. So I just wanted to thank you both again. I want to leave a little bit more space if there's anything else that you all would like to leave us with, Olivia or Ann. You've just been incredible speaking to the needs of the people that you serve, and I'm just so thankful for that.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Since we don't really have much of a budget for public relations and all that kind of thing. Yeah, I think that, you know, when I look sometimes at what the value, we can complain a lot about Facebook and social media and all that, but it also brings to the table an opportunity that we've never had before of reaching, you know, thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of people that most of us who are, you know, in all 15 corners of the state had that opportunity to, you know, tell our story, put faces, not necessarily names, and not necessarily faces, but because we are confidential and we do try to keep those things confidential, but, you know, they are real people and they are good stories, and we have so much to be thankful for. And I think, you know, this Facebook Live might be an opportunity for people to kind of understand how important every person is in the big scheme of things. Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys so much. I won't take up any more of your time, but just tell you again, thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining us and asking for robust federal relief, because that is what we need. That is the answer. And we so appreciate you pointing out the individuals that will help. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Bye.
Bye.
I can get out of here.
All right, Facebook Live, thank you so much for being with us again. My name is Natalie Cunningham. I'm the Outreach Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy, and we are going to take a 20-minute break. We will be back at 3 o'clock with more stories from across the state of how robust federal aid is what is going to get our state through this crisis. And I just want to thank you all again for joining us. We'll be back soon. Well, in a moment anyway. You get to look at me for just a minute. Hi, Angela.
Hello.
For anybody who is just now joining us on Facebook Live, we have been going live all day. We being myself, Natalie Cunningham. I am the Outreach Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. And this is a part of a couple of different coalitions, the Kentucky Together Coalition and the Thrive Kentucky Coalition are both organizations, well, groups and groups of organizations, networks of organizations that exist to help Kentuckians thrive and prosper through additional revenues to the state with Kentucky Together and through advocating for our safety net programs within that Thrive Coalition. So thank you so much for joining us. If you're just now getting here on Facebook, again, we have been live all day with the sole purpose of pointing out how individuals and every single last Kentuckian has been affected by this crisis, and they have been affected by our Senate's inaction. And so I would love to introduce you now to our next guest, Angela Cooper. If you could introduce yourself, tell us where you are, and you can or cannot tell us who you work for, whatever works for you, but if you could tell us where you are and just introduce yourself, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. My name is Angela Cooper. I am a Louisville, Kentucky native, and I am coming to you from my home office in Louisville. I do work for Kentucky Voices for Health, but I'm joining you today just as a concerned citizen. My two dogs are in the background. Hopefully they won't be too terribly disruptive. But I live in Old Louisville, and I've lived here for about, in this house for about 9 years.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We've started out just kind of talking a little bit about how this pandemic has affected you personally. So if you want to start with just how your life has changed in all of this, and just really, how are you doing? How are you and yours, your family, how are you guys getting by right now?
I just looked at an email from somebody that said, I hope you're doing well, or at least COVID well. So I'm doing COVID well, at least now. But that's definitely a qualified statement. I've been working from home for 6 months now. The first 3 months were a really difficult adjustment. And it's not necessarily because I was so used to being in a bustling office. You know, I work in a really small organization, and I actually like my home office quite a bit. But just the concern, the fear for my family, the fear for my friends, the fear for my neighbors, and everything that's going on, and the concern that, you know, people I love may not make it out of this. It's been really difficult, and it's been very hard on me mentally. I suffer from chronic depression and anxiety anyway, and those things have definitely been exacerbated by the pandemic.
Absolutely. And when you say make it out of this, are you talking primarily about, you know, the health aspect of this, or there's so many different sides to this pandemic and how it's affected us all?
Of course. The health aspect is definitely top of mind. My parents are elderly. I have a very close family where my entire family still lives in Louisville. We all grew up here. I'm the only one who ever moved away. And obviously I came back. So it's very difficult for us to be separated from my parents and not be able to do things for them. We can't enter their house. We've had a few small family gatherings outside at social distance with everyone wearing masks and those things, but it's really hard. We're a very tight-knit group, and it's very hard not to be able to be around each other right now. In addition to that, one of my oldest friends in the world has just had hit after hit. We've been friends since we were 9 years old, and she's an amazing person, but she lost her position at the University of Louisville because they didn't renew her contract. Her family owns a couple of restaurants in the Louisville area, and COVID, of course, has affected their income drastically. They lost their health insurance when her contract wasn't renewed at U of L. So I helped teach her about temporary Medicaid, and she got her kids on temporary Medicaid, but she's still paying an exorbitant amount for herself and her husband to have coverage. And it's one of those situations where she's quarantining pretty much constantly, and I can't help her. I can't go over and help with her children or help with anything around the house. Because if someone in her house comes down with COVID, that's it for them. That's their livelihood. It's tens of thousands of dollars to them, and they would not recover. The fact that their restaurants are even hanging on right now is a testament to how hard they work and to how hard they have worked to be accommodating and to change their business model on a dime, so that they could do carry out and delivery and all of the other things that a lot of other restaurants are doing in these circumstances. And it's heartbreaking that I can't go and hang out with her kids and give her a break for a little while. It's just really difficult.
I think that's incredible that they have been able to shift so quickly to take care of themselves and their community around them. I mean, I think about how much restaurants have meant to me within this pandemic. I mean, just the ability to go pick up food, you know, it's been a big deal. It's been that little slice of normalcy that, you know, has allowed us to kind of move forward as a people. And, you know, keeping our restaurants alive is such a big deal. And to hear about this family who is also working full-time in another job, or was before this, and keeping a restaurant open. And it's really important, I think, for us to hear about these middle-class families. I hear a lot about how, or I feel like I hear a lot of federal and national chatter around, you know, the least of these, or the most vulnerable people and everything else. But to point out that this middle-class family who owns a business, working at the university, you know, doing all the right things, keeping everything together, is dealing with such a huge issue within this pandemic and losing work and everything else.
And there seems to be a misconception that if you're a restaurant owner, you're wealthy.
Right.
Absolutely not the case. If you're a restaurant owner, you're a small business owner. And this pandemic has been hard on all small business owners. You know, they've had to change business models. They've had to cut back on staff, which is terrible. You know, so many folks are just out of work. And when it comes, you know, I feel like you do, that takeout has been this little slice of normalcy where it's like I can actually do something if I don't feel like cooking or whatever that night. But I'm also very selective in the restaurants that I will do takeout from, because there are some who don't want to follow the regulations and they don't want to follow the recommendations of the CDC and our governor and the people who are trying to keep us safe. So I feel like it's important to try to rescue those that are trying to do the right thing, and they're trying to protect their community, and they're trying to just get by and to do it safely.
Yeah, and you know, we're here today to talk about what federal aid should look like, what federal relief should look like from our lawmakers. And you know, you brought up a really important point about our small businesses, that they are hurting just as much as the rest of us, or even more than some of us in all of this. And they're in need of another aid package just as much as the person who was on the verge of losing it all before this started.
Absolutely. I don't know what the best answer is. Certainly more small business loans would be helpful. You know, some sort of package that is far more robust. The last skinny bill was just absolutely inadequate and doesn't even begin to address the needs of this community, of our state at all, of the country for that matter. You know, I live in a mixed income neighborhood, and I like living in a mixed income neighborhood. I like the fact that it's a little bit diverse, still not as diverse as it could be, but it's a beautiful neighborhood. And I don't want my neighbors to be evicted. I don't want my neighbors to be out on the street contributing to what is already a horrific homelessness problem in Louisville, because they couldn't pay their rent because they literally weren't allowed to go to work. You know, this is not one of those things where anyone's brought it on themselves. These are circumstances beyond our control. And safety net services and the federal government are supposed to be there for those situations. It's exactly why safety net services exist. It's why unemployment insurance exists. And it's the federal government's job to take care of the states when we're in this type of situation.
That's right. That's right. I appreciate you bringing up your neighbors' housing insecurity issues, and just how scary that has to be for so many people in our state. You know, the eviction moratorium is great. it's great that there's this one little sliver that people can literally stay in their homes at this very moment. But that bill is going to come due, right?
And I don't know what people are expected to do when that bill does come due. You know, they're not making any money now. They're certainly not stockpiling it. And I don't know who would be able to replace them as renters either. You know, the folks, it's not like there's a long line of people who have money busting out of their pockets to rent properties. You know, the rental market in Louisville is, I don't know all that much about it, you know, professionally, but folks who rent are folks who either want to rent or who can't buy. And I just don't see where a replacement for these tenants would come from should they be evicted. And I completely sympathize with landlords who need to pay their mortgages too. I understand that. And that's certainly a place where the federal government could step in and help two birds with one stone, as it were. The landlords get their money and the tenants get to stay in their homes.
Right? If you had actually, you know, the eviction moratorium is one small step, but if we actually had rental assistance or mortgage assistance so that people can putting money in people's pockets so that they can then pay their bills and circulate it throughout the state, that seems like a no-brainer when it comes to how to fix this issue. If you can't pay your rent, if the federal government could give rent assistance, then our landlords are getting money in their pockets and people are able to stay in their homes without that looming, ever-increasing debt that is just sitting right over their heads.
I can't imagine the mentality if you're constantly worried about losing your home. I mean, I'm, you know, struggling and I'm not in any danger of losing my home. So I can't begin to imagine what people are going through who have that, like you said, looming over them. And that also makes me think about food insecurity. You know, Old Louisville, West Louisville certainly is a food desert. Ever since Old Louisville lost the 2nd Street Kroger that we used to have, it's several miles to the nearest grocery store. And a lot of folks in this area don't necessarily have transportation. And I think TARC does a bus and that sort of thing. But it's just not the same. And it's not just having that access, but it's actually being able to afford it. So some of those federal programs like the Pandemic Ebt and giving people the maximum amount of food stamps per month, that money's going to run out if we don't end up with a better package. And what are those folks that are, you know, supposed to do? Again, you know, I raised my son in poverty. I was a teen mom and I relied on these safety net programs when I was young. I had Medicaid, I had food stamps. I think I did cash assistance once, but the process was so onerous, I never did it again. And I would not have been able to survive without those programs. So I really empathize with people who are concerned about having enough food to put on the table, particularly when they're trying to do non-traditional education at home and their kids are home more often than usual. And I raised a boy, and I'm sure as many people know, a teenage boy will eat you out of house and home just in a day. So I just empathize with my neighbors, with parents and folks who are just trying to work and get by and do the right thing and are just having all of the security ripped out from under them.
It just seems like, you know, we're talking about these real issues, these real life issues that everyone is dealing with. And it feels like a lot of our representation nationally is they're just playing games with people's lives at this point. You know, I really appreciate you bringing your story, you know, your personal story into this, and just thank you for sharing on that. And just thinking about our safety net as far as food security, housing insecurity, and all these issues that people are facing right now, it seems like putting money into our state is an easy answer. What do you feel like if you could talk to our Senate leadership right now, what would you like to tell them about your neighbors? Well, of course, I mean, this is a big deal. People, There's lots of emotions going on.
There
But if you
are.
could speak to
That
your
conversation
representatives
should not
right
be
now.
Facebook Live. No, I would implore Senate leadership to understand that these are your constituents. These are the people that you work for. These are, some of them at least, are the people who elect you, and you're not going to continue to get elected if we're all dead. You know, this, it just, you know, when I tell people about my, the way that I raised my son, who is an adult now, who makes more money than I do, he's doing great. When I tell people about having to rely on these systems, I get the same answer almost every time. And it's, well, you're the person that it was intended for. Everybody else is just taking advantage. And it infuriates me so much because everyone is the person it was intended for. Anyone who encounters a need for the services are the people it was intended for. And that myth of the welfare queen, or, you know, the people who are just scamming the system infuriates me to no end. And I certainly am fearful when our leadership buys into that myth and reiterates it and talks about you know, the unemployment insurance, you know, saying that people aren't going to go back to work because they're getting $600 extra in employment and insurance. First of all, that means we're not paying people enough. If $600 is enough to make them not go back to work. Second of all, that's not the way it works. And it's not designed that way. If people can go back to work and refuse, they're not going to continue to get that money. It's just infuriating to see Senate leadership ignore the realities that we're facing right now. And infuriating to see those who would look down on folks needing support, looking down on such an enormous number, and such a huge amount of people right now, because it's everyone. We all need support of some kind or another right now.
We do. We all need support of some kind or another right now, for sure. You know, earlier today, we got to speak with a social worker who works in Eastern Kentucky, primarily with addiction recovery. And he was talking about how, you know, a lot of his people are in this desperate space. They have started the road to recovery. They're working their programs. They're getting better. They're doing all they can to turn their lives around. And now this has hit. And for some of them, they were able to get that additional supplemental $600 from the government for unemployment insurance. But even that barely made it work for them. And for those that did get it, you know, they don't have places to go back to work to. I think that is a really big thing, that is a really big message that needs to get out there over and over again, is that our businesses are suffering. Our small businesses are closing or not being able to reopen. Or if you aren't working, it may be because you are, you know, your personal health is not up to having to possibly catch this disease. You know, we're in the middle of this pandemic. Paying people to stay home is important for their health, for the health of our entire community, for everything. And so we need this aid for those reasons, and we need to be able to allow people to heal and to stay safe, and for their families to stay safe.
I mean, thinking about the restaurant industry, which I've largely worked in restaurants when I was raising my son because I didn't have a college degree at the time. It was work that I could do and find a babysitter for, since I could find somebody to come, you know, sit with him in the evenings. And as a single parent, you know, I couldn't afford any kind of paid care. So it was friends and family that I relied on. But, you know, it was the only way to make a decent amount of money so that we could live someplace that wasn't terrible. So when I think about restaurant workers now and restaurants operating at 50% capacity, the jobs literally aren't there. I couldn't go out and find a restaurant job right now. There's no way. The market's flooded with far more experienced servers than I, and most people, you know, are working in the restaurants they were working in before. Their hours have been cut. And those are people who literally have nowhere to
go. Yes, it's also heavy. I have to take a deep sigh just because it is all so heavy, and everyone is in such intense need right now. And it's not their fault. It seems like the biggest thing that people need to hear are these personal stories from your neighbors about, you know, what they're doing to try to make things work. when we're in this crisis and we're in it together. So do you have anything else you'd like to talk about around your neighbors and how they're dealing with this crisis, or your personal family, how you all are dealing within all of this?
My family's hanging in, and I'm grateful for it. We've had a couple of scares where, they've been exposed to someone or exposed to someone who was exposed to someone. And given my parents' advanced age and health problems, that's, always a concern because we're still trying to help them out when we can. I see my neighbors doing the right thing. I see my neighbors wearing masks and, some folk even, walking their dogs, wearing masks and and trying to keep distance. Local businesses in Old Louisville have been pretty terrific about following the rules. Okay, most local businesses in Old Louisville have been pretty terrific about following the rules. I wouldn't say all. There's always got to be a rotten apple in the bunch, but there's still very much a sense of community to talk about something that's a little more hopeful than all the heavy stuff. That people want to take care of each other, and taking care of each other is staying away from each other right now, and that's really hard for a lot of people.
So hard. I know that I know personally it's been really difficult to not be around people, and I think that I appreciate the businesses that are doing it right, and the people that are out there just trying their hardest to do the right thing, stay home as much as possible, wear your mask. And I think that the people of Kentucky deserve the aid that they need. We're all in this together. We're doing the right thing. We're, like your neighbor, trying to keep the businesses open when they're faced with so much crazy right now. And they deserve robust aid right now.
And we haven't even talked about the aid that is due Kentucky that hasn't been released yet.
No.
I mean, that's infuriating. There's money that's literally sitting there waiting to help people. And I don't know what needs to happen for it to come to us, but whatever that is needs to go on and happen.
Well, and even the money that's there, what's crazy is there's money there that we haven't been able to touch, but it's not enough, right? I mean, what we know is that there is aid that has been, it's talked about, it's rumored, it's out there waiting, but also it's not enough. It's nowhere close to enough to meet the needs of Kentuckians. So yes, we are in this state and we deserve the aid that we need. We deserve our needs to be met at this time in this crisis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that looks, I feel like we should really talk about all the things that you've discussed and say that our aid, meeting that need looks like housing help, it looks like advancing, extending pandemic EBT. It looks like all of these policies that really see to food, shelter, healthcare, these things that are basic, that everyone needs and that we're all trying to get to right now. And our federal government really could be doing so much more to meet that.
It's not like they don't know what to do. We know what to do. We know what the answer is. It's fairly simple.
Well, would you say that again? I want to, and as far as what the answer is and what the solutions are that you see from your space in Louisville and from your work and everything else. We have about 5 more minutes, so I'd love to hear you talk about, from your perspective, what are the solutions that our federal legislators could be pursuing right now?
I want to see more money injected into small business loans for the small businesses who are struggling through this pandemic. I want to see extended pandemic EBT so that school children who are studying at home right now can get enough to eat and their parents can have that burden lifted from them while they are also working from home and becoming teachers or co-teachers or whatever it is that's working for them, because I can't imagine having a school-age child right now during this. So grateful that my son is grown. It would be impossible, just to work full-time and do that. So pandemic EBT extension, an extension of the maximum amount of food stamps for families who are stuck at home and need that money. And the food stamps they were getting before was probably not enough anyway. An extension of temporary Medicaid so that folks who lost their health insurance or who just need health insurance for whatever reason can get it, and can get it easily under presumptive eligibility. And the extended unemployment insurance and rent relief. An eviction moratorium with money behind it.
With money behind it, right? Because that bill is coming due at some point. It's not just going to disappear because people are being able to stay in their homes currently. Well, thank you so much for your time. I have Jason Bailey in the weight room right now, and I just really appreciate you for bringing your personal stories and letting us know how this is affecting you personally and your neighbors up there in Louisville. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will
Thank you so much for having me.
release you to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
Thank you, Angela. Hello.
Hey, Natalie.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. I have to remember that we are on Facebook Live because I'm so used to seeing you on Zoom.
Right, yeah. This is it's like our normal conversations, except anybody else can watch and listen.
Well, yeah. So I just want to take a moment to reintroduce ourselves for anybody who is jumping on board right now. My name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director with the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. And with me, I have my boss, Jason Bailey, who's the Executive Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. Tell me if I got your title wrong. I don't think I did, but
that's right.
I don't know. There's fancier ways to say it, president or founder or.
Oh, you're good. That works.
So all day we have been speaking with people from across Kentucky, talking about the need for robust federal relief for all Kentuckians, for our state. And so, Jason, I would love for you to just kind of speak on, I've stayed very much away from numbers because I am always concerned that I'll get them wrong, but I know that you always get them right. So I would love for you to kind of talk to us a little bit about what the budget outlook is for Kentucky. We have a really great blog out right now that talks about that, that our colleague Pam Thomas wrote. But if you could kind of just talk about that, talk about the assumptions within those forecasts, and whatever else you'd like to speak on when it comes to Kentucky's budget and how our federal policymakers could be making this better for our state if they chose to.
Sure. And just to back up a little bit, on the budget, when the economy, went in the tank with COVID-19, as everyone knows, and we had unprecedented job loss. Of course, that hit the revenues of state and local governments because incomes went down as people were earning less, and sales tax. And so that hit the income tax, and then sales tax went down because people were spending less because they had less money in their pockets that they were spending. And the income tax and the sales tax together make up about 75% of what we collect in state revenue as a state. And then there were many other types of taxes that were hit as well. We saw less fuel taxes when people were driving less. We initially saw less in motor vehicle purchasing taxes. People quit buying cars for a while and things. So we had a big hit in revenue, and we knew we would see less. And so there have been some forecasts that have been updated periodically. The forecasts were very bad for this summer. We actually ended up not nearly in bad of a situation as we thought we were going to be. But there's a very important reason why that was, and that was because federal aid came through with the CARES Act. The CARES Act provided money, obviously in a number of ways, and I'm sure you all talked about this today. But the $1,200 stimulus checks that people received, the extra $600 a week that people got in unemployment benefits, the money that went to support small businesses, the so-called PPP program, the money for state governments and local governments. And as that money was spent in the economy and taxed, because we taxed, for example, the unemployment benefits on income taxes, it really helps prop up the budget. But as we know, all that is coming to an end. I mean, the $600 a week has now expired. The $1,200 stimulus checks came a long time ago. And the other aid, the PPP aid has expired. The CARES Act money is running out for the state. And so with that, what we're going to see is a decline in revenues. And there'll be a decline in revenues at the same time that there's more need than ever, for these services. Schools have needs for things like, PPE, the personal protective equipment at the schools, for distance learning, for the kids who are still, as many are as my kids are, still learning from home. And we know that in Kentucky, we don't have good access to broadband internet and so forth. There's a need for, things like Medicaid. We've had about 226,000 more people qualify for the Medicaid program as they've lost their jobs in this crisis, and the state pays for a portion of that. So there's more needs than ever, and then less revenues. And so that's just going to create a huge problem that will result in, and the state has already made some cuts, but we've only seen really the beginning of the kind of cuts they're going to make if more federal aid does not come through.
Could you tell us a little bit about the cuts that have already taken place?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what's happened is that, states, agencies sort of tightened up their budgets at the end of the fiscal year. They were asked to make small cuts. They did make those small cuts. There's been more, there's been some attrition happening where they didn't lay off people, but they also didn't rehire people who left. And what we're seeing, we've seen actually a fairly significant decline in public sector, state and local employment over this crisis. We're about 30,000 fewer jobs in the public sector than we were before this hit in Kentucky. And a lot of that is, like universities that, had to close or that have reduced services, have reduced their employment. We haven't had sort of highly visible layoffs, but what we've had is here and there, you've seen, especially with those examples, like local governments, like universities, cutting back, laying people off. But it's really just the beginning. We're really at the tip of the iceberg if there's not more aid coming. And the state did a forecast, recently for the remainder of the year. And if you look at that, we're looking at a shortfall with our general fund and road fund of up to, over $700 million. And, that's a big number. But that actually assumes that we get more aid. So it's assuming that the $600 a week in supplemental unemployment benefits that people were getting would continue through the end of the year. But we know that's already not happening. That ended on July 24th. And people are now in Kentucky, hopefully this week or next week, starting to get the $400 a week. But that's going to run out in just a few weeks. So their forecast assumes that we would actually continue to do that. It assumes that there would be another round of stimulus payments where people would get that $1,200 check, another one of those checks. It assumed that small businesses through that PPP program, which helped small businesses for about 8 weeks there, that there'd be another round of that. And even with that, we would have this big shortfall this year. But if we don't get that, and increasingly, there's increasing concern that we won't get another round of adequate aid. There's a new story I saw in the New York Times a few minutes ago, no movement in stimulus talks. If we don't get that, then we're even in much worse shape than that. And we know what happens in recessions, when we let state and local governments make cuts. It just drags the economy down further. It makes it the recession deeper, longer, and more painful. It adds more people to the unemployment line when we already have so many people on that. And it eliminates or decreases the critical services that we know are so important, especially in a crisis like this: mental health, substance abuse, education, just basic public safety and infrastructure that we, rely on every single day. We don't need less of those things in a crisis. We need more, but we're going to have less unless Congress comes through and provides the kind of aid that we need that will get us through the next phase of this crisis.
Yeah, I feel like with all the conversations we've had today, they just echo your points, on a real personal level. We had teachers talking about the mental health needs of their students right now because of the extra stress. We think a lot about adult stress, but our kids are going through it too. And they need those additional people. Like when the kids do get to go back to school, they're going to have a lot more need when it comes to your mental health and everything else, that we need more people. We need to be hiring more people. But our state is currently looking at these incredible cuts that they're going to have to do if the federal government doesn't step up and come through with this.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we it's times like this when we need some of the things that are paid for through our tax dollars, even more than ever. And it becomes clearer how important they are. But we need to learn a real lesson from what happened in the Great Recession on this, where the federal government did provide some aid, but then cut it off. They ended it too early, and there was just a study out about how the additional cuts that were made and the job loss that we saw in government, in the public sector, added about 4 years to essentially the slump that we had in the economy overall. So it kind of just drags everything else down when we let state and local government also pile on the layoffs on top of the layoffs that we're seeing in restaurants, the layoffs we're seeing in retail and manufacturing and all these other parts of the economy that have been just hit so hard in the last few months.
Wow. Well, I am so thankful for you jumping on here. I feel like it's abundantly clear again and again that what we need is for our federal policymakers to put politics aside and pass a relief package that is strong enough to get us through this crisis. I think it's really important that you pointed out how there are lessons we could learn from the last crisis around, keeping aid looped into as long as this crisis is going, instead of these arbitrary dates, which are leaving us currently without,
Right. And my dog has joined in to the call, so apologize. But
fantastic.
He's getting excited about the need for federal aid. But yeah, I mean, we have to, and what we're going to hear, what we're already hearing from people who oppose the actions that we need Congress to do is that, the debt, that we have too much debt and too much deficits. And, there are long-standing myths about that continue to perpetuate and cause just tremendous harm to the economy. When we're in a recession, when we're in a downturn, when consumers spend less, when businesses are investing less, and when state and local governments are cutting, they're all putting on the brakes. The only entity that can hit the gas is the federal government. And if they don't, then recessions turn into depressions. That's what happened in the Great Depression. That we had this massive decrease in demand. The federal government at first, didn't do anything, and so the unemployment just compounded, and we had about 25% of the nation that was out of work. People were starving, literally, in the Great Depression in the 1930s or early 1930s. But then we had President Roosevelt and the Congress at the time understood and figured out that they had to act, and so they put people to work in the Civilian Conservation Corps in building buildings, many of the post offices and other buildings that we see across the country. State parks here in Kentucky, they built, they reforested. They just gave people money. They created the Social Security program. They created the unemployment insurance program. They just sent money out into the economy to help people, to provide relief. And it's the reason that we got out of that. That plus all the money that we spent to fight World War II that also put people to work. It's what got us out of it. So we know what works. There are these myths and misinformation about debts and deficits that just continue to they're sort of like zombies. You kill them and then they come back. But they never were true. They're not true now. The only reason or instance in which we would see that our deficits or debt are too high is we would see inflation that was beginning to rise and get too high and get out of control. We haven't had that in this country for decades. We have record low inflation. We would also see interest rates go up on treasury bonds, on federal bonds. Those interest rates are at record lows. There's no lack of confidence in investors in federal treasuries. So there's no indication in any real data that we need to be concerned about that at all. What we need to be concerned about is really the opposite. And in a situation where people are, food insecure, they're housing insecure, they're behind on their rent, they're without jobs and are going to be without jobs for a long, long time until we get this pandemic under control and beyond. We're going to have deep unemployment. We need to take care of those individual problems, and by doing so with relief, it will also help sustain the economy until such time as we get beyond this pandemic and we're able to truly have a robust recovery.
It sounds a lot like, it's almost as if people are lacking money, that the answer is to give them money.
Right. And we do it, we do that, actually. We do it automatically. That's what the food stamps program, SNAP, that's what it does. It's designed to, and the unemployment insurance program is the same way. These programs are designed where when the economy hits a rough patch, more people qualify and the spending goes up automatically. And the reason for that is, one, to help people, but two, to put more money into the economy so it's spent, it multiplies, and it helps us get out of that rough patch. So we already know that that's what we need to do. We don't have enough of those automatic programs, though, to to get us to do the full job, especially when the job loss and the recession is as deep as this one is. And this is deeper than anything we've seen since the Great Depression. So we don't have enough of those, but it just shows that we actually know that you have to do that. You have to spend into a recession. But there are people who apparently, for either ideological reasons or political reasons, are just refusing to accept that reality. And it's really incredibly damaging. I mean, it does just such, obviously it creates huge stress, toxic stress today for people who are living in those situations, who are facing those crises, for children who are in those situations. And it has just long-term scarring effects on people in the economy for a very, very long time. And there's definitely a portion of the population that's doing just fine with all this. And billionaires have seen their net worths rise. The stock market so far is doing okay, and there are a lot of people who didn't lose their jobs, but many, many people did. In Kentucky, 43% of people are told the Census Bureau that somebody in their household lost employment income in this crisis. So almost half. And those people, and it's many of us, are not going to be able to just put the pieces back together on their own, because this is a problem caused by a pandemic, and it won't completely end until that pandemic is far behind us. And the only way we're going to get through and be ready for that moment is if the federal government does its job and provides adequate level of relief. And that's what they need to do. They need to do it before the end of the month.
Yeah, before the end of the month. Whew. The timing was, I think, you pointed out that there are people in this economy who are able to keep their jobs. There are people within this economy who are doing well. but those people still live in Kentucky. They still live in this state. And, I personally fall into the category of a very grateful person who's been able to keep her job during this time. But I also know a lot of children who are going to school from home. They're trying to make it work. And I want them to have teachers. I want them to have mental health professionals that are going to help them along the way when they're dealing with all this stress and extra worry. So, even if you were able to keep your job, hurrah, this still affects you because you live here, and
Right.
it affects all of us, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, it affects people directly in your community and in your neighbors, your family, your friends, and ultimately it's going to affect you too, because even directly in your pocketbook, because there's some temporary things that are going on now. There's people got that $1,200 stimulus check. They're able to spend it. That's sort of temporarily propping up the economy, including the stock market. There are some, but that's not going to last. If Congress doesn't come through, then things will start to unravel. I mean, if you're a business owner that has done okay, or you work at a business that's done okay in this crisis, you have to think about how much of that is because people got more money to spend through the stimulus checks, or because they got that extra $600 a week. And when they quit doing that, they quit having that, which is happening right now, they're going to quit spending at your business, and you're going to lose income, and ultimately it's going to affect you and your employees. So we're all interconnected in many ways. The virus shows how we're interconnected, right? That we have to social distance, we have to wear a mask, we have to not do certain things because we're going to spread the virus. It's proven to us that we don't, no person is an island, and the economy is exactly the same way. None of us is, with a few exceptions of maybe the billionaires, but even they make their money ultimately off somebody else. Right. We're all linked together, and so when we give money to people in a crisis, so they can eat, so they can have good housing, so they can maintain a standard of living, it helps them, but it ultimately helps all of us, because that's how money circulates in an economy, and when we stop that circulation, we cut that off, it brings everything down.
That's right. Well, I just want to thank you so much for coming on here today. We have 10 minutes until our next person comes on, and I'm going to take a break and get off of here. So I just want to thank you again, and I do want to give you a few more seconds. If you have, I've been asking people if you could talk directly to our elected officials right now up in Washington who are, fighting the battle, trying to figure out the best way to go about this. It's clear to me that we know what the best way is. And from having these conversations with people all over the spectrum today, we know what the answers are. But what would you, in the space that you're in with your expertise, what would you tell our elected officials if you could talk to them directly about what Kentucky needs at this time?
Well, I think I would just say, Kentucky's been as hard hit as any state in the country by the economic fallout from this crisis. And we were already, we're a poor state. The poverty data just came out today, and I think we have the 4th worst poverty rate in the country. We were already living on the edge, many Kentuckians, even before this. And that's something that every elected official knows. To be so dramatically harmed by this crisis in terms of job loss and income loss and everything that's happened, it's really just pushing people past the brink in ways that's going to have long-term scarring effects on families, communities, and our whole economy. So this is kind of a legacy leaving moment for any elected official. What you do in this crisis is going to impact Kentucky decades, at least a decade into the future. So it matters. And the daily this and that of the political back and forth is just noise in the longer stream of, how do we take care of each other? How do we ensure that everybody has basic needs, and how do we ultimately prosper? And so, you know, this is a moment when those officials will let us know, do they really care about the future of this state? And are they going to do what everybody who's looked at this issue knows must be done to get us through the next phase of this crisis?
All right. Well, thank you so much again
Yeah.
for joining us. I so appreciate you for lots of reasons. Thanks for keeping me employed and all of this craziness. And I just really appreciate your perspective and bringing that broader, you know, Kentucky state budget perspective, as we've talked today about how the budget really touches each and every one of us, and how state funding does affect us on a personal level. And so just thank you so much for your time. And for everybody on Facebook Live, we will be back in about 10 minutes with some friends from the Homeless and Housing Coalition for Kentucky. So thank you guys so much, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you.
Natalie, are you there?
There we are. Hello. Had you guys muted for a second.
Are we on Facebook Live right now?
We are currently on Facebook Live. That is a thing that is happening right now.
I wasn't sure if we were like in the waiting room still, but hello, Facebook Live.
So I will go ahead and introduce myself and then welcome you guys again. So to all of Facebook Live, my name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy, and we are very glad to have you join us today. I hope that there are some people out there watching, or that this video will land in front of your face, in front of your eyes at some point in the next couple of weeks. But with me right now, I have Kimberly Hollingsworth and Christina Libby from the Homeless and Housing Coalition of Kentucky. And I would love for you guys to kind of go a little bit deeper into your own introductions with your title and tell us what part of the state you're coming to us from today.
Yeah, Kim, you start it. Go for it.
Okay. I am in Lexington. I live in Lexington and work in Frankfort. I'm the senior housing specialist at HHCK. And so what I do is I work with clients who are a part of our permanent supportive housing voucher program, as well as just kind of outreach, walk-in clients, people who, just need assistance with different housing related issues. And, times were busy at HHCK before the pandemic, and then everything in housing has just kind of, gone crazy since March. And so a lot of our focus and my focus has shifted a little bit toward eviction prevention and, just other ways of getting information out to people.
And Christina, could you tell us what your title is and what you do with HHCK?
Yeah, so I am the Health Outreach Navigator. It's a position that I just started back in June. I'm working collaboratively with Homeless and Housing Coalition of Kentucky and also Kentucky Voices for Health. We're trying to, my general job description that I like to think of it at least as, is to find out who in Kentucky is not thriving and figure out why. And then if there's something that I can do or that we can do to fix it, then the job is to fix it. And if we can't, then the job is to figure out what policy is standing in between that person thriving and their current situation, and figure out how we can fix it on the policy end. In actual day-to-day, what that really means is one of the things I've done is I've gotten certified as a certified application counselor, so I can help people get signed up for Medicaid and the marketplace and KCHIP and all that good stuff. And then also I've just been kind of, along with Kim, like she said, how housing has kind of exploded, especially with all of the recent eviction eviction things that have been going on, people not knowing exactly what's going on, the specific moratoriums or rules that are happening on any given day, just trying to help people understand what the current status is, and then helping them navigate the system so as we can keep people sheltered, because you cannot be healthy at home if you do not have a home. So it's been a lot of different things, especially since I don't think my position was written with the pandemic in mind, but I don't think anybody's was. So.
No, I think it was a really, just big old surprise for 2020.
Yep.
These really have been conversations. We want them to be conversations. So I just want to start out with asking you all personally, how have you and yours gotten through this time? And I just want to check in on just how you doing and what that's looked like for your family. And Christina, can you use your camera, or do you have a baby close by?
It's not the baby. Interestingly enough, speaking of me and mine, my husband he's fine. I'll just preface it with he is fine, but he had to take a little trip to the emergency room because his job is he is accident prone in his job, and he has hurt his hand. And so I am currently on my way to Frankfurt to pick up our other son. But I'm hoping to be able to find some place to pull over so I can turn on my camera. But I felt that the camera was probably not for the best while I'm driving. So.
Oh my gosh. Oh, but Lord. God,
it's okay.
Bless you for even being able to show up today with all of that happening in your family.
It did bring up one thing that is not necessarily housing related or even necessarily pandemic related, but just a rant about our insurance system and our healthcare system. Is that the first thing that my husband said when he called me was, well, besides I'm okay, was which hospital can I go to that our insurance will cover? Like, that is not something you should have to worry about when you have a injured hand and you need to get to the first emergency room you can. You shouldn't be having to call your wife and asking her what insurance will allow you, what hospital your insurance will allow you to go to. So that is just my own personal plug for we need to fix our broken system. But yes, as far as just in general, my family has recently moved. We're staying, what I like to say, we're quarantining with my parents out in Georgetown because initially when the pandemic started, the job that I had at the time, I had to go half-time so that I could take care of my son who was home, and we didn't have childcare for him. And so we moved in with my parents, and luckily about several months into the pandemic, I started this position with the Homeless and Housing Coalition of Kentucky. And also because my son is in a what's classified as a daycare, they opened up a little early and earlier than the schools did, at least. And so we have been really lucky in having a place for him to go that I think is very, very safe considering all the circumstances. He has a very small class and all those things. But so I stay at home with to work while my mother watches my almost to be 1-year-old during the day. So that's my pandemic setup.
Oh gosh. Clearly, there's not a single human who has not been affected by this.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It's impossible. It's impossible to not be affected. And I thank you for sharing what your family has gone through personally as we've moved along. So Kimberly, how are you doing? How are you and yours?
We are surviving and doing pretty well. Before the pandemic, last November, so November 2019, my husband was diagnosed with stage 3 melanoma. So he had already started treatments and things for that. He's doing really well. Immunotherapy is great, not a lot of side effects. But, that added a level of fear as far as exposure to COVID, because the immunotherapy boosts your immune system super, but then it can also cause you to get viruses and things like it's just kind of a strange, I don't know, they don't really know how your body's going to react to it each and every time. So that's been a fear throughout. But he also works at UK Health Center, and he had just started that job like right before everything shut down. And so he actually was furloughed from his job when the hospitals stopped doing non-essential procedures. When they shut down for that time period and were only doing essential procedures, then his position, he works in the lab, his position wasn't needed because I guess they weren't running as many labs without all the non-essential procedures. So he did go through the unemployment application process, and he got his first round of checks like really quickly. And we were like, oh, wow, this is, you're lucky. This is great. But then his last round of checks, he's never gotten, and he was called back to work, so that's good. Once they started doing the non-essential procedures again. So he's back to work, and he was in a queue for, I don't even know how long, honestly. Months. It was a long time, and about once a week he would get a call that would say, you're still in the queue. Okay, well, it was like a recording, but so I don't know if he's still getting those calls or if he's just kind of given up on it, or I don't know what. But he is back to work, so that's, the best thing. We did have trouble. I was able to keep my employment. I'm very grateful that at HHCK we are able to work from home. But we did have trouble, like, financially when you lose. I mean, I know most Americans are in a similar boat as my family. When you lose, a substantial amount of your income, even if it's just a brief time, that money, it has a purpose in our budget. And so when that money's not there, then something has to slide. And we were lucky to be able to, not have to worry about eviction or anything like that necessarily, because we were able to, make some changes and do some things to offset that that cost. But it's just very real. One thing that stood out to me, like reading people's Facebook posts and friends who were not unemployed, who don't understand the unemployment process, and people who thought that the $600 was like unfair and too much money for someone to have. But his, and my husband's position, paid well over minimum wage, but his unemployment amount was going to be like less than $200, a week. So without the 600, it's like, I don't even know how you're supposed to even, pay one bill with that. And
I think a lot of people don't understand that, Kim. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. A lot of people think that should cover everything. And it's like, if you were already living off of minimum wage, that would cover things. But if you have a mortgage payment because you're used to a certain paycheck, then it doesn't really help you as much as it should.
Exactly. And I know that, and I'm grateful for the utility companies and all those places for being understanding and not like shutting things off, but the bills are still accruing. So it's like, it's a temporary relief and it's awesome for right in this moment. But when you look past this moment, you're going to get to a point where you owe, $1,000 to the electric company or whatever. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of people and families who are just getting like dug down into a hole of debt that, you know, I don't, you know, it's going to be hard to get out of that and see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then last thing, we threw in, you know, virtual school. So that's another layer to this. And I'm super, again, like just my family, we're lucky. My kids are a little bit older, and so they can pretty much handle it on their own, but they're not happy. You know, they want to be in school, but, you know, we want them to be safe, obviously, with a parent in the house who is fighting cancer. So there's just so many layers to it. And then while I'm so grateful for the fact that like I'm working from home and I still have a job, and my kids are still struggling, you know, with virtual school. And then I think about, you know, folks who don't have consistent Wi-Fi, or, you know, don't have the materials that they need, or are working outside of the home for, you know, long days. I mean, healthcare workers who work 12-hour shifts and then have to come home and teach their kids. It's very, very difficult. And I know the teachers are working hard, and we've been, you know, super, super pleased with the schools here in Fayette County and all the help that they've provided. But, you know, I think even the teachers and administrators would agree it's not an ideal situation. So, but we are surviving.
Of course. Well, considering your time with HHCK, Kimberly, I would love to hear from you on really what the situation, and Christina, of course, I would love for you to also chime in here, but could you all talk to us about what the situation looked like in Kentucky before the pandemic around housing insecurity? You know, what the impact was like on Kentucky citizens who are dealing with housing insecurity before the pandemic, and how you've seen that change. You brought up a lot of those issues now, I know already, but I would really love to hear from you all of just what it looked like before and what we're dealing with now when it comes to housing insecurity and homelessness.
Well, what it looked like before was it looked grim before. You know, it was this very serious crisis before the pandemic. We do not have enough affordable housing really in any part of our entire country, but, you know, even in Kentucky, speaking specifically about Kentucky, there's a real lack of affordable housing. You know, I'm sure you guys, everybody's probably seen the research and statistics that, you know, a person on minimum wage cannot afford a 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the United States. And that's true for Kentucky. It's
really?
true.
So anywhere in the United States, if you're on minimum wage, you cannot afford.
No.
That's right. Okay.
Nope. I mean, there may be like 1 or 2 apartments somewhere, but just generally as a rule, it's not affordable.
Definitely not a quality that we would want people to, you know, have to live there.
Right.
Yeah. It might be doable, but it's not affordable. And so when you think about affordable housing, you have to think about, you know, the percentage of your income that should be going toward your housing. And, you know, it's recommended like 30% of your income should be used for housing. And a lot of people, I can't remember the exact numbers, so I won't just make something up, but there are a lot of Kentuckians who are housing insecure, and that means they're paying more than 50% of their income in rent or mortgage. And so that housing insecurity is what, you know, is what causes, like, that's the idea of living paycheck to paycheck, and one bad thing happening, like, you need to replace all 4 tires on your car, or, a job loss, or a pandemic happens and you lose your, like all of those things. If you were already housing insecure, which a great deal of Kentuckians were before the pandemic, then you throw that in and it's like, okay, now, we're dealing with evictions and homelessness and people doubling up if they're lucky enough to have family or friends who could take them in. And just, so I got off on a tangent, but the crisis was bad before all this started, and then it's just been even worse. We are currently, our housing services team is currently looking for 3 bedrooms, because we have some landlords who, in the middle of the pandemic, want to pursue evictions. And so we, instead of putting our clients through that, we sometimes kind of work with them to just try to transfer to a new unit. But there's not properties to be found where, it's a crisis, like I said, to find those affordable properties anywhere.
Well, and I think you really touched on something there with just the fact that there are landlords who are seeking evictions right now. I feel like I would love for you, and I know Christina has worked with some people directly, I know you both have, just about the confusion and how that confusion around eviction moratoriums on the state level, on the federal level, what actually that means, and how we have landlords now that are still pursuing eviction for our people. So could either of you tell us, on a real personal level, how people that you are working with have had to deal with that and have tried to navigate through how confusing all the guidance has been?
Christina, I'll let you
Yeah.
take this one, because Christina's actually been spending some time in courtrooms and courthouses recently to try and help people.
Doing the Lord's work over there.
Just this week, I've only been in 3 different courtrooms this week, but they have been completely different, every single one of them, and in different extreme ways. In one place that I went, I was able to just kind of say, does anybody have any questions about the CDC moratorium? And almost a dozen people were like, I don't know if I qualify for that. Is that a thing? Aren't evictions supposed to be stopped? I had some people say my landlord said that they don't want to do that, which is not an option. And so I was able to give a lot of people the information about the declaration, so that they could be covered under the CDC moratorium. Because where we currently stand with the CDC moratorium is the CDC has said that you cannot be evicted for failure to pay rent. But that is the only thing you can't be evicted for. So that kind of gives a big loophole of, you could be evicted for anything else, but you can't be evicted for failure to pay rent. And in order for that to apply to you, you have to fill out a form called a declaration. And the declaration has several bullet points on it that I don't have one of them in front of me, but I read it so many times. It's basically saying that that you've lost income, you've lost hours for some reason. It doesn't even specifically say on there anything about COVID-19 or the pandemic, but it just says that you're unable to pay your rent because of lost wages. It says that if you're evicted, that you will either become homeless or have to move into a dwelling with more people, therefore increasing the likelihood of spreading COVID-19, that you're making your best efforts possible to pay partial payments when you can, because we have this, personally, what I feel infuriating myth, rumor, going around that people just aren't paying their rent and they're spending all their money on TVs and vacations. And it's just, that is just not the reality that I am seeing anywhere. Although, complete side note, we're stuck at home. If somebody needs to buy a TV, I think that I would buy a TV. But anyways, that's my own personal feelings. I'm trying to think what other bullet points are on there. It basically just says that you understand that this is not a forgiveness of rent, that you still have to pay rent, and that at the end of the moratorium on December 31st, that you understand your landlord could still ask for all of the money. And then they have to attest under penalty of perjury that all of that is true. And then all they have to do is give that to the landlord. And according to the moratorium, they cannot be evicted, and the moratorium lasts until December 31st. However, I've had some landlords just say, we don't want to participate, and that's not an option. I had one court where I went to where I just mentioned, hey, does anybody have any questions? And I got yelled at by an attorney who was very forcefully, in a loud voice, telling me that I was attempting to practice law without a license. And the judge threatened to throw me out of the courtroom. He threatened to have me escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiffs or by the sheriffs. And then approximately an hour later, only a few miles away in a different court, whenever I walked in, the judge was already explaining to everyone there what the moratorium was. He was handing out copies of the declaration himself and giving everyone time to read over them and make sure everyone understood it. And it's just, the people who were in that first court did not get that opportunity. They had that opportunity taken away from them, and they may have been evicted when they shouldn't have been. Whereas in this other court, they were given the opportunity to understand the information. And it's just, it's not an equitable distribution of information in any way. And I think that part of that is the lack of the top-down information. I mean, the CDC has put out this moratorium, yet I don't think there has been hardly any effort to make sure people understand this. There definitely hasn't been any communication that I'm aware of specifically to landlords, letting them know that this is a thing that your tenants can do and you cannot say no to it. I actually was just on the phone right before this call talking to someone who said that his landlord had put up signs on everyone's doors saying, we're not participating in that. And again, that is not an option. But if you get a sign like that from your landlord, you assume that that is true. You assume that they are correct because they are in a position of power above you. And you think, who am I? They must know something I don't know. I guess I have to go move in with somebody if I'm lucky enough to have someone nearby, or you were worried about finding a shelter.
Well, and it seems like, with the declaration having to be these very specific things, and the moratorium only stopping evictions because of payment, that, landlords could really easily just sidestep that and say, oh, well, I'm evicting you for some other reason. Do you feel
yes,
like
and that is definitely happening. Yeah. That is most certainly happening. One of the most common ones that I'm hearing is just like a lease violation. Because a lot of people are on month-to-month leases instead of year-round leases. So the landlord can just say, okay, well, even though you haven't paid your rent, I'm still going to evict you because your lease is up. Even though the reason is really the non-payment of rent, they're just finding any other reason to evict. And
so then you're looking at people having to live with multiple other people or possibly on the street during this pandemic and this incredible crisis.
Yeah.
It sounds like, and even if you mentioned that, December 31st, this expires, correct?
Yeah. At this moment. And that's the other thing is that's how it is at this moment.
Yeah.
If for example, if Congress were to pass robust federal aid, robust rent relief, this issue could be solved. If they were to give the money that the landlords need, then this wouldn't be an issue. I just wish that instead of trying to, I'm sure that there is a cliche, but trying to get something where there is nothing, they should be calling senators and representatives, calling Mitch McConnell, telling him we need robust federal relief to solve this problem, because you cannot get money from someone who doesn't have it, who does not have a job, whose hours have been cut. And I wish we would stop punching down. Because I think that's a lot of what's happening is people are blaming and putting a lot of anger and forcing people out of their homes instead of putting their energy towards doing something that will solve the problem.
And I would love for you to go back again, and Chris and Kimberly, please feel free to chime in here as far as what are things that could solve the problem. And I feel you said it earlier. I just want you to say it again because it was something that kind of slid through. So we're looking at people's debt just piling up. What would solve this problem from a perspective of someone who works with people who are dealing with housing insecurity?
Well, Christina said robust federal aid. I mean, that's what is needed. Landlords need their money, you know, and Christina and I and everybody who works in housing services, you know, we realize that is a big issue. I mean, if you are a property owner, you might have a mortgage on the property and you might be using that rent income to pay the mortgage. Like, we get it. And we want everybody to get, you know, to get their money. So if the federal aid could, you know, pay the landlords, and that's actually the latest organization that received some money, because I know Lexington has like COVID-19 renter fund, Louisville has something, Team Kentucky fund, and then it's like something HERF, Team HERF fund.
Yeah, it's a Team KY HHERF. It stands for Team Kentucky Healthy at Home Eviction Relief Fund .ky.gov. If somebody wanted to type that out in the chat, it's Team KY HHERF .ky.gov. That takes you to the Healthy at Home Eviction Relief Fund, which you can apply for that as a renter or as a landlord. There is relief in that fund for landlords.
Yes, and so that's a good option. I think I typed it right.
There's no dot in between KY and HH is the only thing. I think it's just Team KY HHERF .ky.gov.
Okay.
I think that's right. I read it off several times to people today. So
if you Googled some variation of those letters, it would come up.
It's the Healthy at Home Eviction Relief Fund.
Yes. So that's a really amazing program that the Kentucky Housing Corporation is taking on. The federal funding, they are dispensing the funding. Like they are the ones who are taking the applications and dispensing the funding. There are several things you need, just like with the Team Kentucky Fund. There are several documentation pieces that you need. And with this Team KY HHERF, your landlord and the tenant apply for it sort of as a team. So the tenant applies and they need to put the landlord's email, and then the landlord has to fill out a portion of it. Just so it's kind of like everybody's on the same page. The landlord has to make a few concessions. One of them being forgiving late fees. Any late fees that have accrued should be forgiven, which, you know, I think that's just would be a very nice, a nice, kind, genuine thing to do for people who are struggling, is to forgive those late fees, because, that could be something that a property owner could possibly, forgive without harming their own investment.
Well, and I noticed that I was listening to some of the other people that have been speaking with you today, Natalie. One of the things that I've heard over and over again is this is not their fault. A lot of things like late fees and penalties like that are meant to disincentivize people to pay late. It's meant to help them. it's meant to really give them incentive to pay on time, and then, punish them if they're late. And this is something punitive that is hurting people who they had no control over it, and it's just not a good way to go.
No, and it's pushing people even further into that hole, and I mean, the late fees might be $50, they might be $100, and when you're counting every dollar, that's huge. So,
I've seen a lot that are like 10% of the rent, so depending on your rent, that's a big chunk.
Yeah. So that's a really good program that I would recommend people apply for, because I think there was like $15 million at the start of it, maybe. So there was a lot of money. There is a lot of money in that fund, and so that would be a good thing to apply for. I think the Team Kentucky Fund is still taking applications.
But is that 15 million? That's for Kentucky, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, but if you look at how much rents are and how far behind people are getting right now, I mean, is that even going to really cut it?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit. That's kind of like that's going to be good for the people who are able to get it while it exists. And that it's my prediction, at least, that money is going to get claimed very quickly.
Yeah. Our executive director, Adrian Bush, was able to secure some funding right at the beginning of the pandemic. And I honestly don't even know if it was a grant that she had applied for prior to, and it just came through at that time. I don't know exactly what it was from or where it was from, but it was $100,000. And we were able, it was super helpful at the time. We were able to put some people who were on the streets in a hotel for, a couple of weeks. And that was helpful. It was a short-term solution, but it was something. And then we were able to take some rent relief applications ourselves and distribute that funding directly to landlords. And, the process that we were able to have people, fill out their applications without needing a ton of documentation. We just asked for like the lease and the landlord's name and contact information, so we could just get their money to them. And then they had to fill out like some tax forms and stuff, the landlords did. So our other like $50,000, I think, was budgeted for hotel stays, and then we used the other $50,000 for some like immediate rent relief. And we were able to turn that money around really quickly, and it was just a few of us. So that was exciting, and we were able to help, maybe like 20 some people around the state with their funding. And so that just gives you a little idea of numbers. Like $50,000 was able to help like 20 people. Right. And that was early on in the pandemic when they only owed maybe 1 or 2 months, So the money, even though it sounds like a big amount of money, 15 million, it's also like, wow, it goes fast.
So fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to touch on really fast one of the things that Kim said about what was required as far as accepting the money, that one of the things was a tax form. And that reminded me that one of the problems that we're having when it comes to landlords accepting government assistance as payment for the rent, if they aren't already someone who accepts government assistance as payment for rent, a lot of landlords are denying it. They are saying, no, we don't want that money, because then they have to fill out a W-9. And because there is no law in Kentucky, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I don't think, does anywhere in Kentucky have a law against discrimination against source of income?
The equality thing doesn't, does it?
No, fair housing isn't.
That's just for like family status and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that might be a provision in your URLTA. I'm still learning about your URLTA, but that's actually a problem, is that a lot of people are applying for this assistance and maybe even getting approved for it, and then going to their landlords saying, look, I've got your money. And they say, no, that's from the government. I'm not taking that because then I have to do a W-9. And they are just saying no and evicting people who could pay, but they don't want to give a W-9.
Wow. That's incredible. Your director is on our Facebook Live page. I can see her typing away over here, and she said,
oh, good. I hope she's correcting anything I'm saying.
Big numbers, right? We were talking about big numbers and how big they sound, but then when you really start looking at the need and how quickly that money disappears, it's not really that big. And she said that nationwide, we still need $100 billion in rent relief. That was included in the HEROES Act, which has gone nowhere. We know
right.
that. And that Kentucky, that we still need $900 million. That Kentucky, together, we need $900 million to keep people in their homes and to keep landlords in their homes, because they have bills too. So
right.
it just sounds like we've come to the conclusion over and over again that when you're in this kind of a crisis, giving people money is the answer, and actually pushing that button in Washington to release that robust federal aid that is tied to the crisis itself and the length of it is really what is needed. And I would love for you all to kind of speak to that a little bit. We are at 4:30, so you have reached your time, and I so appreciate you for that. And I want to leave a little bit of space here for you all to kind of sign off how you would like, and just leave, put in there what you feel like we need from our legislators right now. It seems like last week, we got what they were calling a skinny package that we have over and over again said it's more of an emaciated package that's not going to do much of anything for us. So I would like for you all to say in your own words exactly what you think that we need to get through this crisis together.
I think we need the robust federal funding. We need the money. People need their money. Landlords need their money. Tenants need to stay housed. You can't get blood from a turnip. So
that's the expression I was looking for earlier.
Yeah, you can't get blood from a turnip. So if somebody has been unemployed and then their restaurant has closed down, and if they don't have $1,000 today, they're not going to have $1,000 next week, without some major intervention and some assistance. And, we all need some assistance at some point in our lives. Some of us are fortunate to have family support systems who help us out when we need it. Other people don't have that. So that's when we need like a social safety net that actually helps real people and not necessarily a billion-dollar corporation, because our economy is not going to recover until, the working people have money to spend, and, so it's got to come from somewhere. And, we've all made, like you said, Natalie, this pandemic has affected literally every person in some way, and we've all had to make sacrifices. And I think it would be great if we could all just, realize that we are in this together, and that everybody needs to do what they can do to help. And if that means a landlord needs to waive some late fees in order to get their payment, or fill out a form to get their payment, that's not too much to ask. It's just not. So I don't know. Christina, what do you think?
Oh, I have lots of thoughts. I think one of the things that I've been thinking today specifically is, one of the things that we as the state of Kentucky have been saying over and over and over is we will get through this. We will get through this together. But the more I think about it, we are not going to get through this together unless we have a robust response from the federal government of funding that is going to make people whole, because there will be people who will get through this just fine. Just kind of like how Kim was saying, there are people who are making record profits during this pandemic, and they're going to be fine. But together is definitely not what we're going to be, because there are so many people who are being left behind with these this piecemeal approach of trying to put out fires every now and then, when really we have a whole forest fire, which I realize is unfortunately appropriate at this moment. But it's just the biggest thing is that it's not enough. I mean, I'm really digging out all my cliches today. Like we're putting Band-Aids on bullet holes. And one of the things that I was listening to earlier when one of the women from I think it was Anne from KCADV, the Domestic Violence Prevention Association, she was talking about harm prevention. And what we really need here is harm prevention, because this is only going to get worse. The longer that we wait, the more money that's needed. And if we can keep people in their houses, keep people sheltered where they are, then we don't have to deal with the homelessness crisis that is going to be upon us if we don't keep them in their houses. And an ounce of prevention is with a pound of cure. We need to fix it now before we have another crisis on our hands. And I'm just going to check my notes here, make sure there's no leaf left unturned. The skinny package that you mentioned, one of the reasons that it was so unacceptable is because it didn't have anything to address housing, no rent relief or anything like that. And housing is literally one of the most basic needs. You have food, housing, water. I mean, you need a roof over your head. It's the base level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And if we're not going to help people address their housing, then what are we even trying to address? And I'm also a big fan of the phrase, housing is healthcare. People cannot be healthy when they're living on the street or when they're crowded in with a bunch of other people during a worldwide pandemic. So yeah, my biggest thing is just, I want everybody to call Mitch McConnell and tell him we need this money. This is what the federal government is for. This isn't like balancing a household checkbook. I always get frustrated when people make that analogy. This is what the federal government is for, to take care of the population during a crisis like this.
Right.
Sorry, I'm gonna step down off my soapbox.
No, I am so thankful that you brought that up. I think it is so important for us to spread that message again and again, that this is what the government is for. It is there to take care of the people, to help us, to move us forward, and to take care of us. We're in this incredible crisis that does not have a clear ending point. And I'm so thankful for both of you. I just want to thank you for the service that you provide to our state and to the individuals who are dealing with this crisis on such an insanely large level. Those who are dealing with housing insecurity, I just thank you for what you do for them and what you do for our state. Because as we said, we are all having to deal with this. And if we don't do it properly, you've pointed out that we will have a homeless problem so huge that we haven't seen before, that we don't even know how we would start to deal with it. So I just thank you for clarifying things for people, for walking with them, and for trying to keep people housed and find different alternatives. Thank you guys for what you do. And Christina, I hope that your husband's okay. Thank you for joining us.
He's been texting me.
You had your own personal crisis today, and I just thank you for joining us in the midst of all of that. And Kimberly as well, thank you for sharing with us, what your personal family has had to deal with in this time, because that is just really important for those stories to be told. And I just thank you. Thank you both so much for being with us and sharing with us.
Thank you for hosting these conversations and trying to get the message out that if we want to solve this problem, it's got to come from the top. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye. Alicia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for joining me. This is our last interview in a very long day. Are you able to turn your video on? Are you comfortable with that?
I could, but I'm actually driving on my way to get my daughter from daycare.
Okay. Well, that's completely understandable, and I am not concerned about it. I will just sit here and be here for you. But we have, this is our last, like I said, this is our last of a very long day of Facebook Lives, but this is the interview that I've been looking forward to the most, is just hearing from you about how this crisis has affected you personally and you and your family and everything else. I will introduce myself again and just say that my name is Natalie Cunningham, and I am the Outreach Director for the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy. And today we have taken to Facebook to talk about the need for robust federal aid, federal relief for this crisis that we're all in. We've covered a lot of ground around what Kentucky needs, but I'd really like for you to just kind of tell us what life was like for you and your family before the pandemic hit, and then we'll move into, you know, what you all have had to deal with since this has all happened.
I think that before the pandemic, I don't know, just average, really.
Yeah.
Going to work, daycare, all that good stuff. Definitely wasn't afraid to go outside or to go hang out and do things with people, or even to go to work, anything like that.
And where were you working? Or I don't know anything about your story yet. So where were you working before this all started?
I was actually working at, I had just started at a call center type job. It was called We Care Medical. Sort of working for, I don't know if you know anything about DME, but like delivering medical supplies to people.
Well, that seems important.
That kind of thing.
It seems incredibly important now, even more. So could you just tell me your story about what's happened with you and your family since the pandemic has hit, and yeah, I just want to give you space to just kind of talk on what's happened to you all, and you know, if you know anything about the state's response and what you all need to get through at this time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, okay, like I said, I had just started. The hospital I was working at got closed down actually like during the pandemic. So I was actually just working there for a week, I think, when I think it was March 16th, everything kind of shut down. Well, I had only been working there about a week or so I was pretty low on the totem pole. So I ended up getting furloughed. Pretty much immediately. Furloughed till halfway through July, I think. Maybe even a little longer. May have been the third week of July. It was.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Pretty rough.
So that would have been April through July that you were furloughed from your position. We might be losing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Where did I cut off at?
You were talking about being furloughed, and I came back and just said was that April through July, mid-July, that you were furloughed?
Yeah, I think it was the last week of March actually, but it may have been the first week of April, but I was furloughed that entire time.
Wow.
And I got my first unemployment check and the federal aid as well, the first installment of $600, I think. I got that pretty easily, the first payment, but after that I ended up not getting my unemployment like at all. Like the website crashed and
it would not let me actually make a claim for my payment. And I like called and all kinds of crazy stuff. And I didn't end up actually getting everything paid out until after I had went back to work in July.
Oh, wow. So you're in a better spot now, but how did you make it work? You know, it seems like anxiety wise, it would be a real relief to get that first check, but then to have to go without after that first installment, how did you all even make it work?
Well, luckily my boyfriend was working the whole time. But it was pretty bad. It was pretty rough as far as anxiety and stuff like that goes. Really my biggest concern was, and I was really trying to get the check, at least an unemployment check, even without the $600 or anything,
Right.
before I started taking my daughter back to daycare, because, you know, they do require payment up front. And that was my biggest concern. And I ended up having to actually borrow the money to put her in daycare for that first week. So that was probably the worst part.
Gosh, that's such a crazy catch-22 that you've got the ability to go back to work, but because you've had all of this, you know, all this time without any income, how are you going to pay for childcare, even if you can find it at all? I did miss asking you, where are you located in Kentucky? Where are you speaking to us from?
Greenup County.
Okay. So yeah, that sounds like a terrible catch-22 for any family to be in, where you have to be able to find childcare and then you have to be able to pay for it up front in order to even go back to work to make ends meet.
Yep. Yep. And you know, daycare at first, especially, I think they've loosened up a little bit, but at first daycare was really, really hard to make sure that you got a spot.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I feel like across the state, childcare is a really scarce commodity anyway, especially if you get into more rural areas. And this just adds to it. I feel like, and tell me if you feel the same way, that this crisis, this pandemic has really just shown clearly all the cracks in our system where our people are falling through.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Some pretty big issues that, I mean, they've always been issues, but like, obviously they're pretty important to get taken care of now.
Oh, sure. So could you elaborate on that as far as, you know, obviously your family was dealing with financial restraints. You have a boyfriend who had a job, and that's wonderful and a blessing. But what other ways were you all, you know, put in a pinch in this time?
Really?
Well, let's go through, you know, basic needs. As far as, were you all able to get assistance with food? Were you able to stay in your home? You know, how those basic needs, were you able to meet those, or, you know, what did you have to do to find ways to meet those needs?
I feel like we definitely got behind on some things.
Of course.
I think, because, you know, it just turned to summer as soon as, so, you know, electric bills going up, all that good stuff. Mostly we made everything work as far as that went. I know that I overdrew my bank account at least once.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and then, you know, on top of that, you get those penalties for overdrawing your bank account every time.
Mm-hmm.
Piles
on top.
I think that, yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was, I mean, the only thing that really probably saved us was that we weren't doing anything during the time because of the quarantine. So, you know, we weren't spending as much gas money, that kind of thing. My boyfriend's normally a door-to-door salesman, and they had them doing online work during the pandemic. So, I mean, we saved some gas money and stuff. And the good thing about daycare was, you know, they didn't charge us. They didn't make us pay to hold her place while they were closed. So we did get to save some on that too.
Wow. So you are, and that's a blessing for you, but I'm wondering how, those small business owners are able to get by as well.
Oh yeah, I I have no idea. I feel like some of the daycares, not the daycare that my daughter's going to, but one of my friend's daughters goes to a different daycare in Moorhead, and they actually raised the childcare price by because they got restricted on the number of kids that are allowed at the daycare. They raised the price by $25 a week.
Oh, wow. And I know that daycare.
Which, I mean, just everybody hurting each other, I guess.
Everybody hurting each other. Oh my gosh. I know that daycare prices are astronomical as is. And so then you have this space that has to stay open somehow. And so they have to raise their prices. What do you feel like our federal government should be doing right now to meet your needs or, the needs of others in your community?
Well, I definitely feel like some childcare subsidies, maybe on both ends, to help out the daycares, since they're limiting the number of students they're allowed to have. So that's limiting their money. But then also, my situation, I'm sure there are other people that didn't necessarily qualify for the pandemic unemployment or something happened. And I mean, I know people that still haven't even got their unemployment back, things like that. I'm sure that having at least a free week of childcare to get back on their feet would have helped. So childcare is definitely the big one.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think that the eviction process, I feel like they should be doing more with that, again, on both sides, for landlords as well as tenants. I kind of feel like we kind of lucked out on that one because my boyfriend pays for his house through, it's still in his mom's name, but we pay the payment on that. And I think that kind of saved us because it's a lower payment. Because she actually redid the loan a couple of years ago.
So it sounds like you're celebrating the built-in safety net that your family has with friends and family members that are helping to support you in some way, even if it is just being able to have someone else on the loan.
Definitely. If we didn't have our families, I definitely don't think we would have survived at least the first wave of the pandemic. That's for sure.
Well, I think that's important to point out too, the first wave. So we're still here, right?
Right. I don't think the first wave has even ended, has it?
No, doesn't seem like it. And it doesn't seem like there is no solid end point. And it sounds like you've gotten your, so now you're back at work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're back at work now, and your boyfriend's been able to keep with his job, and so things are kind of leveling out for you all. But
for now, definitely. We've kind of been, weary of more layoffs, that kind of thing, but it doesn't look like it's happening yet. Nothing seems to be for sure yet. It doesn't look like daycare's closing again anytime soon, hopefully.
Right, but we don't know, right? And it feels like there's still so much uncertainty with what's coming down the pipe.
Right. That's what I worry about pretty much constantly, is if daycare closes, am I going to be able to work? Probably not.
Mm-hmm. And how old is your daughter again?
2.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so definitely nothing's getting done if
I was going to say, if she were to have to stay at home, Your husband, is he working from home or is he just working online in an office space?
Sort of. Right, it's fine. Sort of both. He's doing some like Facebook, that kind of thing, using that as a platform, but he's also, they have them going out and knocking on doors again now. We again don't know how long that's gonna last, but
yeah. And is that a big health concern for your family?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, but there's not a lot of, options.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I feel like that's the point, right? That if there was relief, if there were additional programs for you and your family, then you would have more options.
Oh, definitely. If there was an option where he didn't, have to go out and talk to 3 to 20 people a day, depending on the day.
Right. And who's wearing a mask in their own home? If you're going door to door.
Well, he wears a mask, but yeah,
well, he does. But as far as the other people that he's
who's answering the door, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't answer the door with a mask on.
Right. I don't either. Anytime I've gotten anything delivered, now that you say that.
Yeah. So I could just imagine that he's putting himself at risk at some point. And anyone who's going to work does have some kind of risk factor right now that them and their families are having to deal with. And with a 2-year-old at home, it seems though that the option of being at home is not exactly an option. You have a toddler running around.
Exactly.
Oh, me. Well, I'm trying to think of other aspects of your story. What else would you like to talk about around the pandemic, around, how your family has really been able to deal with it? It seems, sorry, there was some noise going on. It seems like you guys are on the other side of it a little, but we have, we don't know what's coming around the pike. I kind of want to just leave it open for you to kind of speak on, we've lost you all together. Well, Alicia, I want to thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you're okay. I know that you were speaking in the car. So Facebook Live friends, I just want to thank you for joining us today. I want to thank you for listening to me speak for entirely too long. And I just want to leave this broadcast with one last reminder that if Congress and the administration fail to agree to and pass a strong relief package, they will leave millions of families to face this crisis on their own. We've heard so much today about what Kentucky needs, and I just feel really strongly that we deserve a government that's going to support us when we're in a crisis. And we deserve leaders who believe that we're worth investing in. I really appreciate Ann Perkins from Safe Harbor, who said that over and over again, that, the kind of aid and the robust federal relief that we need, it's really an investment into our state and into our people. So again, I just want to thank everyone who joined us today. I want to thank everyone who spoke, everyone who watched. We will probably be coming back here again and again until we get the robust federal relief that we deserve and that we need. And I just, again, thank you all for recognizing that Kentucky is worth the investment, and its people are worth the investment. So thank you all so much for joining us. And I hope that you have a great evening. This is Natalie Cunningham with the Kentucky Center for Economic Policy, and I will see you later.